Some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mura and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash, live life the EcoCash way.
Payments can be complicated. Switch makes it simple. Introducing Switch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, Switch links you to everywhere. Every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel. All in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, Switch is with you wherever life takes you. Switch, with you wherever life takes you.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mura and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash, live life the EcoCash way.
ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everywhere. Every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mura and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash, live life the EcoCash way.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
And while we are still standing, shall we sing the Zimbabwe national anthem? Thank you. We may take our seats. It's a good day indeed, the day that the Lord has made. We are grateful in it and we rejoice today. A very good morning once again to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and welcome to this fourth public-private sector dialogue on anti-money laundering and financial crimes conference, being held under the theme Consolidating Progress and Driving Action Towards a High Level of AML CFT Effectiveness. I would want to acknowledge this is also a conference of acronyms. My name is JM. I'm your facilitator. JM representing Justin Mahlahla. Welcome also to the VF, Zimbabwe's premier tourism resort and one of the 8 wonders of the world, VF representing Victoria Falls. Before we proceed, I want to get concurrence from my brother from Zambia, Mr. Difat Tembo. Can we please agree that the Victoria Falls is a Zimbabwean tourist feature and not Zambian, so that we'll proceed with the conference? Mr. Tembo?
I realize there are very senior people here.
Thank you.
For the purpose of progress, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much, Mr. Tembo. Now that we got that out of the way, we will proceed happily. Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Tembo, feel at home. The Victoria Falls is yours as well. So this two-day conference, ladies and gentlemen, brings together government agencies, banks, and microfinance institutions, mobile money service providers, and players in the securities market sector, insurance companies and pension funds, dealers in precious stones and precious metals, dealers in the good sense, estate agents, accountants, lotteries and gaming sector players, lawyers, trusts, and company services providers to discuss and share insights that strengthen the anti anti-money laundering framework. Such partnerships and collaboration between government agencies and private sector entities ensures that expertise, resources, and capabilities are combined to combat illicit financial activities. And our distinguished guests this morning, ladies and gentlemen, include Dr. J.T. Chipika, who is the acting governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. We also have Farai Masendu from the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, NAMLAC. Also, Enimo Taruinga, again from NAMLAC, and Varaizo Zifudzi, also from NAMLAC. We are also joined in our midst by Ismail Momoniat. He loves to be called Momo. Welcome. You're happy? Thank you very much. He is the head of South Africa's delegation to the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. We also have Oliver Chiperesa, Director General, FIU Zimbabwe, Clement Kapalu, Director General, FIU Zambia, Chris Mutangadura, Deputy Prosecutor General, and Vanevola Otieno from SAMLAG. Later in today's program, we'll get to know more about Zimbabwe's level of preparedness for the upcoming mutual evaluation that is expected to take place in 2026. We'll also get some key lessons from South Africa's experience in strengthening the AML CFT regime, and from Zambia, how the NRA impacts mutual evaluation, among other presentations today and tomorrow. So allow me also to quickly acknowledge our sponsors who have made this conference possible. We have ZimSwitch, we do have NetBank, CBZ, PEPs, EcoCash, the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and Send Money Home. This conference is being streamed live on the FIU YouTube page, so I kindly implore you to get onto the YouTube page of the FIU Zimbabwe, get the link and share with colleagues as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to give us his welcome remarks and introductions, I'm inviting to the podium Mr. Oliver Chiperesa, Director General, Financial Intelligence Unit, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, MC. The acting governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Jessamine Tarisai Chipika, our guest of honor today, chairperson of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, Mrs. V. Zifudzi, members of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee here present. I will give special recognition to the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Center of the Republic of Zambia, my colleague here, Mr. Clement Kapalu. Deputy Prosecutor General, did I mention Honorable Chris Bismarck Mutangadura, my brother here also present. Distinguished presenters and facilitators, senior officials from various government ministries and departments, representatives from financial institutions and the private sector, distinguished invited delegates attending in person and those also attending online. On behalf of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Zimbabwe, it is my great honor and privilege to warmly welcome you all to Zimbabwe's 4th edition of the Public-Private Sector Dialogue taking place here in the magnificent resort town of Victoria Falls, the first time that we are holding it outside Harare. The profile and stature of the event has grown from year to year. In each of the 3 previous years, the event has been attended by at least 250 delegates attending in person, with similar numbers attending online. As part of our digital transformation and leveraging on technology, this year we are streaming the event live on the FIU's digital platforms, including on our YouTube channel. The event has over the years attracted speakers, participants, and delegates from our region and beyond. This year we are very delighted once again to be graced by the presence of colleagues and experts from the region, including a delegation from Zambia, led by the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Center, Mr. Clement Kapalu, as he has already been alluded to. We have colleagues from South Africa, who include Ismail Momoniat, former Acting Director General of Treasury and head of the of the South African delegation to the FATF. We also have in our midst a colleague from the Assembly Secretariat, Madame I always struggle with this one, but today I have to get it right. Vonivola Otieno, among us today. I welcome you. Colleagues, we thank you for your neighborly solidarity and support. Your presence here is a strong testament to our shared commitment to safeguarding the integrity of the region's financial systems, in acknowledgement of the reality that financial crimes know no borders. The majority of the delegates here are stakeholders, experts, and partners representing government institutions, law enforcement agencies, regulatory bodies, the financial institutions, fintech companies, designated non-financial businesses and professions, among others. Financial crime continues to evolve in complexity and scope, exploiting new technologies, global networks, and economic vulnerabilities. It undermines public trusts, weakens institutions, and hinders sustainable development. As the National Center for Financial Intelligence, the FIU, recognizes that success in combating these threats depends not only on sound policies and robust systems, but also on effective cooperation, information sharing, and mutual trust among all domestic stakeholders as well as regional and international partners. This year's conference being held under the theme Consolidating Progress and Driving Action Towards a High Level of AML Safety Effectiveness. I'll take that again. This year's conference is being held under the theme Consolidating Progress and Driving Action Towards a High Level of AML Safety Effectiveness. It is being held at a time when the country is about to be assessed in a few months' time under the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, a SAMLAG, third round of mutual evaluations. It provides a valuable platform to reflect on our progress, share insights and best practices, and explore innovative approaches to strengthen our collective response to financial crimes. It is through forums such as this that we build stronger partnerships and reaffirm our common resolve to protect our nation's financial integrity. As we engage over the next 2 days, I encourage open dialogue, practical collaboration, and a spirit of unity in purpose. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to Victoria Falls and wish you productive deliberations and a pleasant stay in this beautiful setting. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chiperesa, for those welcome remarks and introductions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how did we get here? We are going to watch a video that shows us the processes that have taken place since our last gathering to date. So let's watch that video.
Across the world, financial crime threatens the integrity and stability of financial systems. Its impact is felt as nations lose revenue, suffer weakened investor confidence, and restricted access to global financial markets. In Zimbabwe, over $6 billion has been lost to money laundering in the last 5 years. The country was once placed on the Financial Action Task Force grey list due to identified gaps in its anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing framework. According to the International Monetary Fund, grey listing by the FATF leads to a significant decline in a country's capital inflows of 7.6% of GDP. This includes reductions in foreign direct investment by about 3%, portfolio inflows by 2.9%, and other investment inflows by 3.6%. Grey listing creates uncertainty, prompting banks and investors to pull back, limiting access to capital and slowing economic growth. However, in February 2022, after implementing significant reforms, Zimbabwe was officially removed from the grey list. This milestone marked a turning point, and since then, the country has continued to demonstrate sustained commitment to combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism.
Zimbabwe is going to be assessed come 2026 under the SAMLAG third round of mutual evaluation. And His Excellency the President has mandated that he doesn't want the country to enter the grey list again of the FATF countries, of non-compliant countries.
Reflecting this progress, Zimbabwe's Financial Intelligence Unit was reviewed by the Egmont Group, and Zimbabwe was formally admitted as a full member, a milestone that strengthens its capacity for international cooperation and reinforces confidence in its financial systems. This commitment has also reflected locally with the hosting of the Public-Private Sector Dialogue, PPSD, on anti-money laundering and financial crime by the Financial Intelligence Unit of Zimbabwe.
This gathering represents a critical milestone in strengthening our collaborative efforts to combat money laundering, terrorist and proliferation financing in our region. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to FIU Zimbabwe for hosting this significant event.
In October 2022, Zimbabwe held its first ever Public-Private Sector Dialogue. The conference brought together delegates from government institutions, regulators, financial institutions, law enforcement agents, and businesses. For the first time, public and private players sat side by side, sharing insights on partnership models, money laundering and terrorist financing emerging threats, and exploring solutions to combat financial crime. In 2023, the dialogue evolved to embrace the application of advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence, to combat financial crime.
We do not intend this forum to be a mere talk show. Our intention is to ensure that we come up with implementable operational measures as well as policy recommendations.
Delegates focused on strengthening Zimbabwe's AML CFT systems through smarter tools, better analytics, and more proactive approaches to emerging threats.
The technological advancements and the increased access to the internet has exposed financial institutions, businesses, and the general population to increased financial crime risks such as cyber fraud, email scams, bank card cloning, and account hacking, among other crimes. While technology brings about increased financial crime risk, technology also has the potential to provide solutions to mitigate these risks.
By 2024, the PPSD's focus expanded to improving transparency of legal persons and legal arrangements, ensuring that ownership structures and corporate frameworks could not be exploited for illicit activities. Discussions centered on availability of beneficial ownership information in Zimbabwe and the steps required to enhance its accessibility for both the public and private sectors, while continuing to promote collaboration and capacity building across public and private sectors. Over the past few years, this dialogue has shown that collaboration is essential to detect and prevent financial crime, and that capacity building and shared expertise across sectors is critical to staying ahead, protecting our economy, and safeguarding the future of every Zimbabwean. As of 2024, Zimbabwe is now compliant with FATF's 37 out of 40 recommendations, a clear signal of progress and determination.
Zimbabwe embraces international anti-money laundering standards that are designed to ensure transparency of companies and trusts, to prevent criminals from hiding behind corporate veils to commit or conceal illicit activities. Zimbabwe is currently rated highly, not only in the region, but globally, in terms of having in place a legal and institutional framework that aligns with the international standards on combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and related crimes.
Looking forward, FIU is moving from establishing institutional frameworks to making them work effectively, consolidating progress, leveraging technology, improving transparency, and ensuring national, regional, and international cooperation for a future-proof AML CFT system. Hashtag PPSD 2025. Hashtag consolidating frameworks. Hashtag leveraging technology. Hashtag AML CFT frameworks. Hashtag future-proof AML CFT systems. Hashtag partnerships.
Indeed. Well deserved, and that 37 out of 40 scorecard, I think we also need to give the FIU and the entire government of Zimbabwe a hand for that effort. Well done. We are looking forward to scoring 40 out of 40, 40 out of 40 after this engagement. And I think the fact that the government, through the agencies, the FIU, and others, other regulators, are engaging private players is critical to ensure that there are concerted efforts in fighting AML as well as CFT. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the podium to give us opening remarks Mrs. V. Zifudzi, who is the chairperson of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, NAML.
Thank you, JM, otherwise known as the Master of Ceremonies. Acting Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Chipika, the Deputy Prosecutor General, Mr. Chris Mtangadura, members of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee here present, the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Oliver Chiperesa, the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Center of Zambia, Mr. Clement Kapulu, senior officials from various government ministries and departments here present, distinguished presenters and facilitators, representatives from financial institutions in the private sector, invited delegates attending in person and online, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the 2025 edition of the country's annual public-private sector dialogue on anti-money laundering and financial crime. This marks the 4th year of this vital forum, which began in Harare in 2022, as we've heard. The PPSD is a unique platform. It brings together senior leaders from government agencies, law enforcement, regulatory bodies, and the private sector as peers, enabling frank discussions about the evolving landscape of financial crime. Together, we explore emerging risks, we share best practices, and develop policy recommendations to effectively combat these threats. This year's conference theme, Consolidating Progress and Driving Action Towards a High Level of AML CFT Effectiveness, is especially timely. In just a few months, as we've heard from the DG, Zimbabwe will be assessed for compliance with AML CFT standards under the ISAMLAG third round of mutual evaluation. This is a crucial period for us. We are proud of our accomplishments thus far. Back in 2022, you will recall, we celebrated Zimbabwe's removal from the FATF's grey list. This success was driven by significant progress in implementing AFL CFT measures through strong public-private sector collaboration. This collaboration, demonstrated by the diverse representation here today, is even more crucial as we prepare for the ISAMLAG third round mutual evaluation exercise. Over the past year, our collaborative efforts have culminated in the production of the country's third money laundering and terrorism financing national risk assessments. These assessments have informed our 2025 to 2029 AML CFT national strategy, which has since been adopted. The 2025 to 2029 AML CFT national strategy should now guide all our stakeholders, individually and at the collective level, in strengthening the country's efforts in fighting financial crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, the progress we have collectively recorded in the last few years is commendable. The FATF standards are, however, ever evolving. The next round of assessments is always much harder, always more exacting than the previous one. With the next round of assessments focusing on effectiveness, our progress to date in putting together a robust legal and institutional framework will count for little in the next round of assessments if we do not follow through by producing results, by showing strong statistical evidence of the work that we have recorded in our respective contributions to AML CFT. The presentations and discussions today and tomorrow should serve as a great opportunity for us to highlight key areas of weakness that we should urgently address, both at institutional and national levels, ahead of the country's mutual evaluation. I'm pleased that our PPSD is not focusing only on collaboration by domestic institutions. I take note and commend the presence of representatives from FIUs from within the region, as well as regulatory authorities from neighboring countries. We have come to participate and share experiences with us. This is an important recognition that modern financial crimes know no borders. The increasing social and economic interconnectedness of countries in our region not only open up trade opportunities and economic development for our countries, but it also creates vulnerabilities that can be exploited to move proceeds of crime across borders. It is my hope that the collaboration among the countries represented here will go beyond mere words and will represent a key step towards strengthening regional cooperation in combating financial crime. I wish you all an enjoyable, engaging, and successful 2025 PPSD. I thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the opening remarks. So I had not mentioned that we have ZIMRA represented here, because I wanted us to engage freely without fear. But we have Mr. Piri from ZIMRA. Mr. Piri, how are you? Thank you very much. So I encourage all of you to greet Mr. Piri when you see him. smile at him and make sure he is also comfortable. But otherwise, Mr. Piri is here innocently representing his organization. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite back to the podium the FIU Director General, Mr. Chiperesa, to introduce our guest of honor.
Thank you once again, MC. Dr. Jessamine Tarisai Chipika, Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, and at the moment, Acting Governor. For the past 8 years, since 2017, is a renowned development economist in Zimbabwe and beyond, holding doctorate, master's, and bachelor's degrees in economics from the University of Zimbabwe. She has a distinguished 39-year career, which includes 17 years of working as a developmental economist and economic advisor under the United Nations agencies in Zimbabwe and beyond, and 15 years as a university economics lecturer and researcher at the University of Zimbabwe. As Central Bank Deputy Governor, Dr. Chipika is responsible for overseeing the Bank Supervision, Surveillance, and Financial Stability Division, as well as the Financial Surveillance Division, previously known as Exchange Control, among other duties. Within this role, she spearheads the implementation of Zimbabwe's National Financial Inclusion Strategy to help primarily with the financial inclusion of marginalized groups such as women, youth, MSMEs, rural smallholder farmers, and people with disabilities, among others. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy is now in phase 2 for the 2022 to 2026 period, following the successful completion of phase 1, which ran from 2016 to 2020. Dr. Chipika also spearheads the Zimbabwe's financial sector renewal by promoting the sustainability implementation drive under the Sustainability Standards Certification Initiative of the European Organization for Sustainable Development. The sustainability standards aim to build strong, resilient, profitable, and sustainable financial institutions that can effectively contribute to sustainable economic growth and development and the attainment of the UN 2030 SDGs in Zimbabwe. On a personal level, Dr. Chipika is married with 3 now grown-up children, 2 boys who are computer software engineers, and 1 girl who is a medical doctor. And she has 4 grandchildren. That's Dr. Chipika. Madam Acting Governor, may I call you to address the 25th edition of the PPSD as our guest of honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG Chiperesa. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. He says 15 years at the university as a lecturer. So if I can go back to that period, he read one important last statement that can make people to fail. If I were to ask here who had the last statement, please don't raise your hands. He said, she has 4 grandchildren. That was the last thing. So I'm going to ask you to allow me to speak from my seat as a young grandmother. A youngish professional grandmother But very happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go to my official speech, I usually like to recall the journey that we are going through in each area, especially at the Reserve Bank, as I am interacting with the top professionals of the nation. I remember before these conferences started in 2022, I don't know, DG Peresa, if you still remember, I'll remind you today. I called him to my office. I said, sit, let's talk. In my inclusive drive, I said, Chiperesa, I'm worried that you are arresting people all over in the streets and what have you. We know the FIU. I said, but my worry is that you have never educated us as a nation. Most of us probably we are committing the financial crimes, not with the intention of committing those crimes, but because we don't know. We think we are dealing in finance. So talk to the nation, I challenged him. In a very simple way, tell us what is money laundering? What are financial crimes? So that we can avoid being involved in them. And I'm glad that he went and thought about it, came up with this forum, of course, to deliver big things to the nation. But for me, once you yourselves are clear what these crimes are that we are gathering around, your clients, you will also educate them. And the nation becomes literate around these issues. And we will make more mileage with that inclusivity. I'm very happy, DG Peresa, with the gathering you have called here of Zimbabwe's financial professionals so that I can address them. Thank you. Let me go back to my official speech. The Deputy Prosecutor General, Honorable Chris Mtangadura, the Chairperson of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, Mrs. Varaidzo Zifudzi, members of the National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee, the Director General of the FIU in Zimbabwe, Mr. Oliver Chiperesa, the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Center of Zambia, Mr. Clement Kapulu, senior officials from various government ministries and departments, representatives from financial institutions and the private sector, distinguished presenters and speakers, invited delegates attending in person and those attending online, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity to address this 4th edition of Zimbabwe's annual Public-Private Sector Dialogue, PPSD, on the anti-money laundering and financial crimes. I wish to commend and congratulate the Zimbabwe Financial Inclusion Unit, FIU, for organizing and hosting this important national conference, focusing on combating money laundering and related financial crimes, which is now an annual event. The initiative began with the resoundingly successful inauguration conference that was held in Harare in October 2022 and was attended by over 300 delegates, some in person and others virtually. The conference is a great opportunity for public and private sector players to interact and exchange ideas and views in the collective fight against financial crime. It is also a recognition that fighting crime is not the responsibility of one agency, nor is it the responsibility of the public sector alone. It is a collective responsibility. As regulator of banks, microfinance institutions, bureau de changes, money remittance services, and mobile money services, and payment systems of the country, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe is a key stakeholder in the PPSD. The central bank has a keen interest in all initiatives that aim to promote and maintain the integrity of our national financial system. The bank has a risk-based supervisory framework to ensure that financial institutions under its purview comply with their obligations on combating money laundering and other financial crimes. We embrace this conference as yet another great opportunity for all institutions in the NAML CFT value chain, from financial institutions, designated businesses and professions, regulators, law enforcement agencies, and policymakers to put heads together and identify areas that need improvement in our collective fight. The central bank is committed not only to discharging its mandate of ensuring price, exchange rate, and financial sector stability and integrity, but to do so in a sustainable manner. We recognize that sustainable development is important because it balances long-term economic growth, environmental protection, and social and economic inclusion. This integrated approach is not only recognized. Okay. This integrated approach, is it on? It's on, yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. I was just saying this integrated approach is not only recognized under the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, but also underpins Zimbabwe's own Vision 2030, which aims to achieve an prosperous middle-income economy by the year 2030, driven by our National Development Strategies, NDS 1 and 2. In this regard, the RBZ is leading the sustainability drive in the financial sector under the Sustainability Standards Certification Initiative, SSCI, of the European Organization for Sustainable Development. The standards aim to create strong, profitable, resilient, and sustainable financial institutions with high levels of financial integrity that in turn can drive economic, social, and environmental sustainability towards a dynamic, high-growth, inclusive, and sustainable economy. Commitments to sustainability should not be a guiding principle for the central bank alone, nor for the government alone. It should be a guiding standard for each one of us individually and all of us collectively. Hosting this year's conference in the Victoria Falls, home to one of the greatest natural wonders in the world, indeed provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the importance of our preserving our environment through the deliberate adoption and implementation of sustainable practices in our economic activities. Coming back to the theme of this year's PPSD, consolidating progress and driving action towards a high level of NAML CFT effectiveness. The key word at this conference is effectiveness. This conference is particularly important, coming as it does a few months before Zimbabwe is due to be assessed under the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, a SAMLAG, on our level of compliance with the international standards on anti-money laundering. The last time Zimbabwe was assessed in 2015, major weaknesses were identified in the mutual evaluation report, eventually leading to the country being listed under the Financial Action Task Force list of non-compliant countries in 2019. I am pleased through stakeholder collaboration, the country has since made good progress in addressing some of the major deficiencies that were identified in the mutual evaluation report of 2015, culminating in the country's removal from the FATF grey list in 2022, as we heard from the Director General. I note with a sense of pride that in terms of technical compliance with the FATF 40 recommendations, Zimbabwe is now rated either fully compliant or largely compliant in 37 out of the 40 recommendations, which is one of the best rating levels achieved by any country in our region. And for this, please let us again give ourselves a round of applause. This is a good collective achievement. The next round of assessments, however, will have a different focus. They will focus less on technical compliance, that is, adequacy of a country's legal and institutional framework, where we have done very well. Instead, the focus will now be on assessing effectiveness. That is to say, how well we are performing as a country to effectively combat money laundering and related financial crimes. Hence, the theme of this conference, consolidating progress and driving action towards a high level of NAML CFT effectiveness. Each and every one of the institutions represented at this important conference, from both the private and public sectors, have a role and responsibility to ensure that the country achieves the best rating possible in the upcoming assessments. As the central bank, we are keenly aware of the negative impact of FATF grey listing. When Zimbabwe was grey listed, the impact was felt greatest in the financial sector, where many banks lost correspondent banking relationships with overseas banks and struggled to establish new relationships. Going down that road again is something that we need to avoid at even great cost. Hence, my call to action for all stakeholders in the NAML CFT value chain to play their part. In concluding, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all fruitful and productive deliberations over the next 2 days. And at this juncture, allow me to say, it is now my singular honor and pleasure to declare the 2025 Public-Private Sector Dialogue on Anti-Money Laundering and Financial Crimes officially open. Tatenda, Siyabonga, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Governor Dr. Chipika, for officially opening this PPSD and for the remarks. Let's give her another rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's critical that we reflect on her speech as we continue our dialogue, drawing from her insights as well as her charge to continue, especially the inclusiveness of this approach that has been initiated by the FIU to ensure that no one is left behind. The private sector, financial institutions, law enforcement are part of this continuous dialogue, this annual event. As she mentioned, that fighting financial crimes is no one man's responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the FIU alone, but it's also the responsibility even of the private sector and the other agencies. So we really appreciate you for that speech, ma'am. Thank you very much. So how prepared are we as a nation, and are we ready for the next evaluation that is coming up in 2026? To build on the guest, the acting governor's speech, I'm inviting Mrs. Clara Wata, who is the Deputy Director, Policy and Strategy in the FIU, to tell us more about Zimbabwe's level of preparedness for the upcoming mutual evaluation in 2026.
Thank you, MC. All protocols observed. My slides, please. Okay. Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I will give you a round through of Zimbabwe's level of preparedness for the upcoming mutual evaluation in 2026. So I'll note my overview is the introduction, then progress since our last evaluation, then self-assessment ratings, then our way forward as a nation. I'll not dwell much on the introductions. Much has been said by those who have spoken before me. So, as you know, countries are periodically assessed by either the FATF or by respective regional bodies, and in our case, it's the SAMLAG, to establish the level of compliance with FATF standards. Zimbabwe was last assessed in 2015 under the SAMLAG second round of mutual evaluations. The resultant mutual evaluation report was adopted in September 2016 and was published on the SAMLAG website. As we all know, the FATF assessment methodology assesses countries under two criterions, which are the technical compliance and effectiveness. Technical compliance assesses the adequacy of the country's legal and institutional framework in line with the recommendations, and effectiveness criterion assesses the country's effectiveness in implementing the legal frameworks that for money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Mainly, effectiveness seeks to answer the question, how well is the country using its laws and institutional frameworks to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing? So, according to the mutual evaluation of 2026, Zimbabwe was rated as follows. Under technical compliance, the country was rated either largely compliant or fully compliant in 20 out of the 40 recommendations, and the other 20 recommendations were rated non-compliant or partially compliant. Under effectiveness criterion, which is measured under the 11 thematic areas known as immediate outcomes, the country was rated low level of effectiveness in 9 out of the 11 and moderate in 2 immediate outcomes, with low being the weakest, needing fundamental improvements, moderate, major improvements required, substantial outcomes having been achieved to a large extent, and high outcomes achieved at a very large extent with minor improvements required. So in our case, we had 9 more lows and only 2 which were moderate. So these weak ratings evidence serious shortcomings in Zimbabwe's AML regime, and this ultimately led the country being placed under the FATF grey list of jurisdictions with weak AML systems in 2019. Over the years, Zimbabwe has managed to improve its regime, with the country being removed from the FATF grey list in 2022. So from 2016, when we assessed, there's been progress. And this is what we also want to know, what has been happening and what stakeholders have achieved over the years up to now. So we'll just have a run through of progress since 2016. We'll start with technical compliance. And this, I think by now everyone is aware, we are now at 37 out of the 40. And this being a high level of compliance among other countries in the world. So, as we stand, we have 3 outstanding recommendations, which is recommendation 2, 8, and 15. And to date, in trying to address the shortcomings, under recommendation 2, which requires national cooperation and coordination on AML, TF, and PF, which is our money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. So our act before only catered for AML and TF. Now PF was not included. So PF issues were incorporated into the Money Laundering Act through consequential amendments to the PVO Act this April 2025. This is when this happened. Then in terms of addressing issues under Reg 8, which deals with non-profit organizations, there has been an amendment to the PVO Act to align with FATF requirements, recommendation 8, and to implement the provisions of the PVO Act. The Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare is in the process of drafting regulations to the PVO Act. And in terms of Reg 15, which is on new technologies, including the VASP, a risk assessment of the VASP and VAs, which is virtual assets service providers, and the virtual assets was undertaken to assess, to identify, assess, and understand the level of risk in the sector. To date, what is required is a regulatory framework to be put in place. So that's our position in terms of technical compliance. So we move on to progress on effectiveness. So as a country, to be able to do this, to measure the level of effectiveness, the National Task Force Secretariat came up with a self-evaluation tool, which is used to collect data from all relevant stakeholders. The data is consolidated and formulas applied to come up with effectiveness ratings. An analysis of the results enables the identification of gaps or deficiencies that should be addressed as we prepare for the upcoming mutual evaluation. So we have the 11, so we'll deal with one IO at a time. So we'll start with our progress in terms of recommendation 1, which is risk understanding and coordination. Over the years, Zimbabwe managed to carry out and review all key risk assessments and disseminated the results to key stakeholders except for the PF, which is the Proliferation Financing Risk Assessment. Money laundering and TF risk awareness programs are being undertaken across all key stakeholders. And the country is about to commence the PF risk assessment supported by the World Bank, and the process is expected to take about 3 months. So this is a process which is already underway. So in terms of IO1, the country has shown some progress. We'll now move on to IO2, which is international cooperation delivers appropriate information, financial intelligence and evidence, and facilitates action against criminals and their property. The country has a robust legal framework on mutual legal assistance, which is operational. Zimbabwe has various treaties with countries like China, USA, Botswana, Namibia, and many more. Competent authorities have various mechanisms of information exchange with foreign counterparts, including MOUs. The FIU also exchange information with other counterparts through the Egmont secure web. However, most self-regulatory bodies have not put a mechanism in place for international cooperation. We move on to our IO3. Supervisors appropriately supervise, monitor, and regulate financial institutions and virtual asset service providers for compliance with the AML safety requirements, and financial institutions and FASP adequately apply AML safety preventative measures and report suspicious transactions. The actions taken by supervisors, financial institutions, and FASP are proportionate to the risks. So in terms of our achievement there, comprehensive licensing frameworks to prevent criminals and their associates from controlling financial institutions are in place across competent supervisory authorities. Most CSAs are supervising their regulated entities using the risk-based approach, and most of them have undertaken sectorial risk assessments. Over the years, there's been an improved understanding of obligations across financial institutions. Supervisors do not have comprehensive sanctioning frameworks that are proportionate to the risk in their sectors. Reporting of STRs is still low, and there is no framework for regulating virtual asset service providers. So in terms of recommendations for IO3, there is need to put in place a regulatory framework for VASP, improve systems to identify and report STRs, enhance implementation of CDD and EDD requirements for high-risk customers. Competent supervisory authorities should cover PF and CF issues in their supervisory activities, improve implementation of BO requirements by competent supervisory authorities during licensing of supervised entities. There's also a need to put in place sanctioning frameworks and apply effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. We'll move on to our next IO, which is IO4. Supervisors appropriately supervise, monitor, and regulate the NFBPs, which is non-designated financial institutions, businesses, and professions, for compliance with the AML safety requirements, and the NFBPs adequately apply AML safety preventative measures proportionate to the risk and report suspicious transactions. So significant progress in undertaking AML safety obligations among the NFBPs has been noted. However, a lot of work still needs to be done. There is an increase in the number of trainings, inspections, and registrations on the GoAML platform. Some self-regulatory bodies have incorporated AML safety requirements in their licensing frameworks. AML safety inspections are being carried out by self-regulatory bodies jointly with the FIU. Most SRBs understand their prudential roles, but have limited understanding of their AML safety supervisory responsibilities. AML safety monitoring of trust company service providers has not yet commenced. Car dealers are not being supervised or monitored for AML safety purposes. So key recommendations under this immediate outcome 4, improve identification and reporting of STRs, improve implementation of AML safety obligations, undertake comprehensive institutional risk assessments. Self-regulatory bodies should include TF in their supervisory activities, put in place sanctioning frameworks, and apply effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. We move on to IO5. Legal persons and arrangements are prevented from misuse of money laundering for terrorist financing, and information on their beneficial ownership is available to competent authorities without impediments. Under this IO, the Companies and Other Business Act, which was established, creates a framework for collection of basic and beneficial ownership information. A risk assessment on legal persons and legal arrangements was conducted. The company's registry has put in place an electronic system for the collection and maintenance of basic and beneficial ownership information. Key recommendations: company registry should take steps to ensure companies re-register on the electronic system, enforce compliance and impose sanctions for breaches of BO requirements, ensure BO information is accessible in a timely manner to competent authorities. The next one is IO6, which deals with financial intelligence and all other relevant information appropriately used by competent authorities for money laundering and terrorist financing investigations. There's been an improvement in access to a wide range of data for producing financial intelligence. FIU and LEAs have access to broad range of data sources such as CVR, Civil Registry, Interpol, among others. There's been an increase in the number of investigations and prosecutions emanating from financial intelligence. Key recommendations: there is need to speed up the establishment of a shared database for financial intelligence. The LEAs should improve capacity to utilize financial intelligence. IO7, money laundering offenses and activities are investigated and offenders are prosecuted and subjected to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. Progress in this area: an increase in the number of AML investigations, prosecutions, and convictions over the years emanating from STRs, tax records, foreign intelligence, and other sources was recorded. LEAs are conducting joint investigations for money laundering and predicate offenses. Law enforcement agencies are carrying out parallel money laundering investigations on major predicate offenses such as corruption and fraud. I'll come to the recommendations under IO7. Provide law enforcement agencies with adequate human and material resources. Training and awareness programs should continually be undertaken to enhance understanding of financial crimes. IO8, asset recovery processes lead to confiscation and permanent deprivation of criminal property and property of corresponding value. Law enforcement agencies, including ZRP, ZAC, and ZIMRA, have specialized asset forfeiture units which focus on asset recovery, and the number of assets recovered is on an increase. Law enforcement agencies utilize joint task force and collaboratively platforms for asset tracking and recovery, further enhancing their effectiveness in combating financial crime. Zimbabwe has an asset management unit which is responsible for preserving and managing confiscated and seized assets. Key recommendations: capacitate asset forfeiture units under various law enforcement agencies with human and material resources, collect and maintain updated statistics on assets recovered. IO9, which is on terrorist financing offenses and activities, are investigated, and persons who finance terrorism are prosecuted and subjected to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. The country has a framework for investigating TF, although the country has not recorded any to date. Mechanisms are in place to identify and investigate TF activities. There is limited capacity to investigate transactions involving new technologies posing TF risks. Recommendation there: develop a curriculum for training of TF investigators to enhance their understanding and their skills. We move on to immediate outcome 10. Terrorist organizations and terrorist financiers are prevented from raising, moving, and using funds. Zimbabwe has a robust system in implementing targeted financial sanctions. The FIU disseminates updates on UN sanctions lists to reporting institutions. Some banks and other financial institutions have automated systems to implement targeted financial sanctions. Most DNF BPs are not implementing targeted financial sanctions. Then the recommendations: develop a simplified mechanism for use by low capacity reporting institutions in implementing targeted financial sanctions requirements. DNF BPs should include implementation of targeted sanctions in their policies and procedures. Then we come to the last IO, which is IO11. Persons and entities involved in the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction are prevented from raising, moving, and using funds consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolution. First finding: the country is still yet to undertake a PF risk assessment. The country has not recorded NPF cases. FIU issued guidance on TFS relating to PF. Then most CSAs and SRBs are not yet including PF supervision in their supervisory activities. Last recommendations for 11: fast track the undertaking of the proliferation risk assessment. Competent supervisory authorities should cover proliferation financing in their risk-based supervisory activities. DNF BPs and financial institutions must put in place policies and procedures for countering proliferation financing. So this is our progress for the 11 immediate outcomes. And from there, we've just given you a way forward on what we should continue doing. So in terms of way forward, every competent supervisory authority, self-regulatory body, law enforcement agents, financial institution, designated non-financial businesses and profession should focus on addressing the gaps highlighted in the presentation. The National Task Force and its subcommittees meet at least every quarter to review progress using this self-assessment tool. At this point, I would like to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that outlay, Mrs. Clara Wata. She was presenting on Zimbabwe's level of preparedness for the upcoming mutual evaluation in 2026, also taking a leaf from the experiences so far and the processes that have been undertaken by the FIU and other partners in ensuring that Zimbabwe is ready, and of course giving us critical recommendations in terms of what needs to be done. I was taking a few notes, and I think there are immediate outcomes where recommendations need to be implemented immediately. Also in terms of capacitation, I think we also need to upload entities such as ZAC, the ZRP and ZIMRA that already have mechanisms for the recovery of assets. But then there are questions like, how do we curb in the first place the laundering of assets? How do we curb that? And I think I also noted from a presentation that there is need to capacitate in terms of skills and in areas such as technology, entities that are involved in the investigation of AML. And the emerging technologies such as AI, whether it will be an asset or it will be a threat to issues of anti-money laundering, I think these are areas that need to be looked into, because one way or the other, the emerging technologies and these platforms will impact heavily on the operations of our the FIU and the various institutions within our countries, not just in Zimbabwe, but across the region. So ladies and gentlemen, we are within our time. I want to appreciate you, ma'am, for going through this quickly. I think you were looking at the tea time, and you did a good job. Because this is our next part in the program. We want to go for tea, but as we go for tea, I'm going to kindly ask our VIPs, our guests, heads of MDAs who are here, whether ministries, departments and agencies, and also heads of financial institutions, heads of DNF BPs, heads of associations and CEOs, to kindly go outside to the entrance of this hotel. We are going to have a family photo shoot as we also have others enjoy their tea. So we are going to have ushers to lead us out there for the photo shoot. Our tea break is 30 minutes. So we should be back here in 30 minutes time. Thank you very much. Let's allow our guests to head out first for the photo shoot, and then the rest of us will go. Thank you. Let's try to be as quick as we can.
Good morning, everyone. So Dr. Chipika spoke about education So as they are going out, who remembers the theme for the 2023 PPSD? This is going to be our tea breaker, guys. We will not stand up if we do not get this theme. Otherwise, we are not learning anything during the past 4 years. Do I see a hand up there? Honestly, does this mean that we do not want tea? All right, as part of our education. Oh, Mark, you remember? UBO was 2024. All right, yes, you are very right, Mark. So the first one in 2022 was on virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. In 2023, it was advancing technology and artificial intelligence in combating financial crime. In 2024, it was availability and access to beneficial ownership information. Thank you so much. We can have our tea. See you in 20 minutes because we have to be here by 11 o'clock. Thank you.
It's a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we have all had a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, some snacks. Those outside who are done with tea, can we please get back into the hall so that we can continue? Thank you. Thank you. Those of us who are finding their way back to the conference room, thank you very much. We need to move on with our program and get to the next part.
wherever life takes you. A bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business asset acquisition goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next sessions, if you have questions that you'd like to pose to the presenters, we kindly ask that you take note. You write your questions on a piece of paper. If we manage to secure time, we'll allow you to ask those questions immediately after the presentations. But if not, we'll take note of all the questions and then we will submit them to the presenters. They will prepare responses that should be shared before the end of the conference. So let's pay attention and also take note of those questions if we do have any. We need to proceed with our program. I think our presenter is back. So in this next session, we'll be inviting presenters. We are going to have one presentation from South Africa, another one from Zambia, and then we'll get to our lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands on the cusp of economic transformation where growth is rapid, resources are vast, and the potential is undeniable. But this bright future is shadowed by a clear and present danger, which is financial crime. The same factors that fuel growth also create openings for money laundering and terrorism financing. And when you add informal economies and corruption to the mix, the challenge becomes even more complex. And these are not challenges that are peculiar to Zimbabwe alone. They are widely reported across the region, across the continent, and they are even global. So allow me at this juncture okay, that's all right. So I can give you the time and it don't write time. Okay. Don't wait and delay. Do you have a video? Okay. So before we proceed to our next presenter in terms of how the region is managing issues of anti-money laundering, AML, CFT, and related crimes, we'll just be watching videos from some of them are our sponsors, on how they've managed to come on board and to support this conference. Remember, we have sponsors who have made this possible. We have Switch, we have CBZ, we have the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, the Ministry of Finance, Investment Promotion, and many others who have been part of this event, and we want to applaud them for carrying us through and for ensuring that this is a success.
And the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business asset acquisition goals and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. When you needed to send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I believe we are all back for the next part of the conference, the 4th Public-Private Sector Dialogue on Anti-Money Laundering and Financial Crimes of 2025. The theme for this year's conference, Consolidating Progress and Driving Action towards a high level of AML CFT effectiveness. Earlier in the day, we heard from the acting governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe in her opening speech in terms of the efforts that have been made and the expectation that these dialogues will continue. These partnerships and collaborations will continue to address crimes related to anti-money laundering and other financial crimes. And we also saw in terms of how prepared Zimbabwe is for the next evaluation that is coming in 2026. And now at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite from South Africa, Ismail Momoniat, AKA Momo. We can all call him Momo. Yes, let's give him a hand as he comes with key lessons from South Africa's experience in strengthening the AML CFT regime. Okay, Mr. Momo, or Momo, you are free to use that podium. Yes, sir. You can proceed.
Do you have to press? Can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay, now thank you first to my fellow neighbors in Zimbabwe. It's the first time I've come to a conference here, and I'm not just honored, but I think as neighbors we need to do this more often. We are so integrated in many ways that sometimes I wonder why we don't integrate a bit more. And coming here and talking on the financial sector, I can tell you there are many very talented Zimbabweans that we've stolen from you, doing great service in South Africa, especially in the financial sector. So I think I'm happy to be here, and I think to share experiences, and as I said, to see how we can integrate further or work better together for the future. So I guess this is an open secret. We're likely to exit grey listing in October 2025, well, actually on the 24th of October. Why do I know the date so precisely? Because you've got to understand the FATF process. Sorry, I'm being rude, just to honor all the protocol and to greet everyone. Apologies. The acting governor, the DG of the FIU, and everybody, and the chair of the National Anti-Money Laundering Council, and everybody else, not trying to forget anybody. So coming back to this, is just given the way the FATF process works, you kind of, it relies on the plenaries which are held 3 times a year when decisions are made. So we've been through all the technical processes. This was the June statement when we had finally done all 22 of all the action items. I'll come to that. And we were left with the on-site assessment that was done at the end of July. We've seen the draft report, which is not a public document. And so that will serve before the FATF in the next 2 weeks. What's called the ECG and then the FATF plenary. The way FATF works, by the way, is very unusual. And I'm not a fan of FATF, let me say upfront, even though and I'm not a fan for two reasons. I find it weird that you have a multilateral institution where everything is decided technically unless at the meeting there's over 90%, there's no percentage, sufficient, it's got to be an overwhelming number of countries. Only 2 or 3 or 4 can object if you want to reverse whatever decisions were taken technically. So it almost becomes impossible to reverse what, say, the technical process is advocating. The second reason is I think FATF does not have a developmental approach. And so you find that half the countries at any one time that are gray listed are from our continent. And clearly there's a structural problem. Having said that, it's not an excuse to say we must have lower standards. Certainly not for, if you take South Africa, that should be the case. But I'll come to those issues in a moment. So basically our problem was that our 2019-2020 mutual evaluation was frankly a disaster. Okay. We had had a period of state capture under the former president. That ended when he resigned in 2018. But he had weakened our institutions. The police were weakened, the prosecuting agency was weakened, our revenue service, SARS, was attacked. Many institutions were attacked. In the same way as you're seeing in a big country in North America, okay? So our institutions were deliberately weakened. And though President Ramaphosa came in 2018, and given our labor regime, it took a long time to even appoint new leaders. If you take our revenue services, if you can take ESCOM, to get rid of the CEO took time. In SARS, it took us at least 10 months before the president could fire the then commissioner. He could suspend him, but it just meant we couldn't, in all that time, appoint a new commissioner. So there were new heads at DPCI, the Hawks, the specialized police that would deal with anti-money laundering or complex crimes. The National Prosecuting Authority also had a disgraceful person to head it, and his job was not so different to the blonde woman, which is just to go for those who are going for the opponents of the president, okay? I mean, I find it incredible in the most developed country. It's almost like they're playing out what we went through, where institutions have been weakened. Just last night, I see the prosecutor in the New York case is now been indicted, okay? So we had a lot of that. The late Minister Praveen Gordhan was charged, okay, on spurious sort of allegations, which got thrown out within a week or two, if I remember, sorry, just in a few weeks. So all of this impacted very directly on the mutual evaluation. And grey listing forced us in South Africa then to deal with those basic weaknesses. So although you had new leaders, they hadn't had time to fix up their institutions. I think I don't have to tell you that once an institution is attacked or weakened, to fix it up is much, much harder. In fact, if anything I learned during state capture was, we had a world-class revenue collection organization, South African Revenue Services, SARS. How long it took us to build that. I've been in the Treasury forever. And not that I was involved in SARS, but I was doing tax policy. I had seen its evolution. And then it can just be weakened, just like that. Appoint the wrong person at the top. The good people start going. And before long, the culture changes. So so our institutions were very weak, and I'll come to the 20 or 40 in a moment. But in that sense, grey listing was actually good for South Africa at the stage we were in, because it forced us to prioritize how we dealt with our weaknesses. We needed to solve this weakness, and I want to emphasize, not for FATF, even though they grey listed us. It was for our own people, for our own country. Corruption had taken root, and if you don't deal with it, well, the people of the country lose out. So for us, it wasn't, well, what does FATF think of us? It's about what do our own people think about us, and what are we doing for our own people. And I always say that we are not changing because of FATF. Yes, that's an added factor. But we are making these changes because they are good changes. I must thank Kuda, who was one of our assessors. I hope he doesn't act like an assessor here when I reveal some secrets. But thank you, Kuda. You also helped. So if you looked at what had happened to us, just to give you a brief idea, because I don't expect you to know what happened. In fact, like everywhere, FATF likes to be like a very secretive organization, too secretive. That's my other criticism, okay? So nobody had heard of FATF, but once we got grey listed, it became a common name in the country. It's amazing. So what happened was, we were assessed in 2019, but because of COVID, our mutual evaluation only got published in October 2021, so 2 years after. There were no FATF plenaries for a while, or there weren't the mutual evaluations when they were meeting online. And firstly, we failed 20 of the 40 FATF recommendations. So our legal framework had lots of weaknesses. It's not abnormal that countries fail 5 or 10, but to fail 20 was bad, okay? You know, we failed to update our laws, and we had huge battles with the former President Zuma, because when we tried to introduce the concept of politically exposed persons, PEPs, he resisted it. It took us a year to go through cabinet just to agree to publish a form of definition for PEPs. We call it PEPs, okay? Politically influential persons, which included PEPs and a bit more. And it wasn't really very enforceable. And then when we finally passed the law, after we got cabinet approval, the president himself said it's unconstitutional. So it took us right into 2017 before that law got in. So the political commitment was not there, that's for sure. The second issue, and this is almost a disease in our country, we are really good with laws. We've got a great constitution. When we finally do the laws, we have good laws. But we are damn lousy at implementation. Now, you can argue that if you can't implement, then that law is not good. But that's a story for another day. These are international standards. We had to meet them. And we failed all 11 effectiveness measures, all 11. In a mutual evaluation, we had 67 recommended actions. And 8 of the measures were moderate, and for those who know FATF speak, which is in ancient Latin, okay, you'd know that moderate is actually a fail. Doesn't mean you've done okay. They've got 4 measures. If you've got moderate or you got low, you fail, okay? It's just low is that you fail it very badly, and we failed 3 out of the 11 very badly. So we were put in a post-observation period, which ended with in January 2023, and in February 2023 we got grey listed. But what we did, I mean, when we were put in a post-observation period, it was a shock for the country, even at that point. And so we introduced 2 acts of parliament, and we had what I would call omnibus bills. Now, if you deal with tax laws, for example, in South Africa, every year we have a general tax legislation which amends 4 or 5 or 7, whatever the number is, acts of parliament, the income tax law, the VAT law, Capital Gains Act laws, customs laws. So we just have one bill. Now, departments tend to be very parochial. If you go to them and they say, no, 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 we don't want to do piecemeal changes, we'll do one bill at a time. And if you then have to change 10 different acts of parliament, it can be close to 10 years before you achieve that. So we had to break that culture and say, guys, look what we do with our tax laws. Let's have an omnibus bill. So we had 2 omnibus bills, one largely for the financial sector and the non-financial sectors, and one for the law enforcement side. And those laws actually meant that, although it wasn't immediate, because FATF has a separate process where they look at what are called these FURs. So in 2023 and 2024, we address 18 of the deficiencies. So now we actually meet 37 of the 40 FATF recommendations, and a 38th one is deemed to be not applicable to us. And so effectively we meet 38 of the 40, which does put us right out in front. Most countries have many more that are not grey listed, have many more. And so we kind of then got grey listed because it was essentially about our poor implementation ability. We also got grey listed because of the technical compliance weaknesses, like on the 6 core recommendations, we had failed in 3 of the 6. But all of that was sorted out just with what we did in 2022 before grey listing, even though the FATF process takes a bit of time to assess your laws thereafter, which is separate from the grey listing process, even though 1 or 2 or 3 are included, affect the grey list. So there were what they call 8 strategic deficiencies consisting of 22 action items, and that was the action plan. So we came down from, not that it's exactly comparable, from 67 recommended actions to about 22, but they were tough. They dealt with law enforcement and regulatory weaknesses in fighting and preventing money laundering and terror financing. The most difficult, I would say, and I'll come to that, for us was IO7 and IO9, because we have real challenges in our law enforcement to this day, that when it comes to investigating crimes, when it comes to prosecutions, our processes move very slowly. Too slowly, frankly, frustratingly slowly. And frankly, when your processes move too slowly, you find that the crooks continue to say, you know, why haven't I been charged? And they continue and get elected to political office. They become MPs, and they are able to block. So it's not just a question of justice delayed is justice denied, but justice that moves too slowly really can destroy the basis of having any justice at all. So we've had to say to our colleagues, you need to move faster on financial crimes. And there's been some progress made. So that was one of the challenges. So if you looked at our action plan on the 8 strategic areas, you had what's called immediate outcome 3-4. There were financial sector weaknesses. South Africa's got a twin peak system of regulating the financial sector, where we regulate for the prudential and we regulate for market conduct, and of course there's financial integrity laws like your anti-money laundering laws. So we found even in our central bank, they were very focused on those that were registered and whether there were transgressions. And we have what exchange controls, which I think you have as well, some form of that. As you may know, exchange controls were done for the sterling era a long time ago, decades ago, during the Second World War or after, but we've kept them. And I'll come to that in a moment, or further down. We also were not strong enough on our enforcement of administrative penalties and sanctions. We were doing it, but perhaps not all were doing it, and that's what needed to be assessed. Then we didn't have a beneficial ownership registry, IO5, and of course it's not just having a registry, but are your law enforcement authorities using the beneficial ownership registry? Ours is not public, by the way, but it's accessible to law enforcement agencies. And then just on investigations and prosecutions, we had lots. We had IO2 on our outward mutual legal assistance. We had these bad guys, I'm sure you heard of them, the Gupta family, but we didn't even put out a mutual legal assistance for when they ran away to Dubai and other parts which still do dirty money laundering, even though they're no longer grey listed, okay? So they go to all these countries, and you have great difficulty in getting those authorities to really provide info. But it's not their fault. If you don't ask them for that info, you're not going to get the info. So I'm certainly not blaming the other authorities, blaming ourselves. So that was a problem. And then immediate outcomes 6 to 8 had to deal with, are the police using your financial intelligence? Are there investigations and prosecutions? Are there sufficient asset for features? And then the last three, IO9s, 9, 10, 11, dealt with terror financing and targeted financial sanctions. Let me say that I think on some of those, like terror financing, I'm not so sure FATF has got it right to get the entire financial sector to look for potential acts of terror. Because I think people who commit acts of terror are motivated not by money. So it's not going to be a large pool of money. But anyway, you've got to make sure that all your banks and all your accountable institutions are also checking for terror financing. The anti-money laundering, to me, makes a lot of sense. But the terror financing is hard to actually identify such acts, I think, in the system. But when you're grey-listed, you're not in a position to argue. Even if you're a member of FATF, you just have to, it's very humiliating, you take the beating, and you don't argue. Once we're out of grey listing, we'll start arguing these cases much tougher. So these were the toughest challenges. I'm not going to go through them. These are just a slide for you to see. I mean, I wanted to look at the last point, and I look at the Deputy Prosecutor General. I don't know about Zimbabwe, but in South Africa, if you, in the enforcement arena, or sorry, law enforcement, whether it's the police, prosecutors, they are very, very innumerate, okay? Numbers and them, the words are great for them, but numbers, And they don't actually use stats to see how many cases they have. They don't monitor what's happening to cases. I mean, we produce cases and you report every 4 months. And then when we started, they come and they report, fantastic. Then the next 4 months, they have new cases. And then they get asked, but what about those cases you produced the last time? They quickly learn, once you record these cases, you've got to show every 4 months what progress has been made. And in South Africa, when there's no progress, we often have to almost informally tell the assessors, you know, in South Africa, all cases take long, not just our anti-money laundering or terror financing cases. And there's a problem in our system, clearly. And when when we started producing these numbers, and we're still improving them, you ask the authorities, but are you guys not watching the numbers? Can you see you're not performing? Or you're performing very badly? So getting people and institutions to understand their weaknesses, I think, is always a problem. So I'm not going through these, but these were, I'm quite happy for this to be circulated. So just to sum up, there's no doubt the first part, I'm going to come to the future in with the second part of the presentation, that state capture weakened our key and critical institutions. But worse, the culture of the public service also changed from serving people to looting as well, our procurement system. There was no culture of sharing information and coordination. We had to teach people, it doesn't, you can't say the NPA is doing well, the prosecuting agency, and say the problem is the police, they're not bringing cases to us, and vice versa. Okay. You can't blame others. Assessors like Kuda sit there, and then they say, these guys are blaming each other. Clearly, there's no coordination. And the one that failed the test is the country. So you can go and bet hard for your agency and pass the test and blame everybody else, but the country is going to fail. So you've got to get the sense to each institution that you are representing and serving your country. And people outside, rightly, are not interested in who's doing well and who's doing badly. They want to see that your system's working well. So that was, I think, quite an education through the grey listing, because I think in the financial sector, you have a Basel III assessment. For my sins, I also served on the Financial Stability Board for a few years. You have peer reviews done with the IMF, you have Article 4, you have the Ross, and so on. And we're kind of used to being externally reviewed. But others, like in law enforcement, are not used to that. Anyway, it's hard to do it across countries, right? But they're not used to it. And when it comes to sharing info, we've got 2 or 3 agencies that can seize assets, say. And you say to them, but you're saying you're going to collect 2 billion, you're going to recover. So then you just focus on your performance. And you don't tell the other agencies who might have been able to work faster. So I'm just giving you a feel that if you don't watch it, your performance measures for an institution can actually undermine the country as a whole, because each one is competing to seize the money first, and for them to get the credit. In South Africa, we had 3 commissions of inquiry, the most famous being our former Chief Justice, Zondo, who did a phenomenal work on state capture. Then there was one on SARS, the Nugent Commission, and one on the PIC. Now, our PIC, Public Investment Commission, is the biggest pension fund, or they hold the funds of the biggest pension fund in the country, which is the government, in the continent, actually. And so, wherever there's pools of money, you're going to get hyenas around. Oops. Oh, okay. It's just paper. Okay. Looked like the board was falling. Okay, nobody hurt. So there were many weaknesses identified, and I want to emphasize that many of the weaknesses are political in nature. If you don't solve that, you're not going to win on effectiveness, or it's because of the political system. So this is what the Commission pointed out. I'm giving you their take at this. Firstly, just how we make appointments for the Commissioner of SARS. How do we appoint the head of the National Prosecuting Agency? All those kinds of issues came up because clearly during state capture we didn't have people who were really, either they were not really qualified for their job, or they were too corrupt themselves they had no integrity. So the wrong people were appointed. Or even if they were honest, there were people who wouldn't act without what our Constitution says, fear, favor, or prejudice. So in other words, if you were high up politically, they may be too scared to act. So they identified that as a problem. They identified, even how do you appoint board members to our electricity agency, ESCOM? The Guptas had all their lackeys on, and they were able to steal from ESCOM, billions. and not solve our load shedding problem. I'm sure you know that we had the load shedding problem. So that became a problem. Our procurement system, there's huge weaknesses. It's, at the moment, I think corruption is so entrenched, and it's around our procurement system. Almost to the point where you say to yourself, we must almost have a default to say all tenders are illegal unless they can prove that they're not. You know, that's how bad the problem is, okay? We had what wasn't clear is the political admin interface. What's the functions of a minister? What's the functions? I think you call them permanent secretary. We call them directors general. In fact, we have another commission, the Madlanga Commission on Policing, which is revealing scary things as we speak. And it's not clear, because politicians don't like to have a law to say, they'll say what a minister can do and what a DG can do, but they won't say what the minister is prohibited from doing or DG is prohibited from doing. Politicians, I'm talking generally, don't like to have a law that limits what they do, okay, unless they're forced to. So for example, for a minister to get involved in procurement, it's just wrong in South Africa. It's not allowed. But I think the law needs to be explicit, because when in office, if it's not explicit, people try and find ways around it, even if the law is clear. So I won't go more into the state capture, but that clearly was some of the problems. So what were the key lessons that we learned from grey listing? So once we got grey listed, I must say there was strong and continuing political commitment. We went to, and I would go with my minister, to our cabinet meetings, and we had really strong backing from the president. And he made us report every 4 months. So it was linked to the joint group meetings where we had to report. And I think that was great. We could talk about getting the agencies to work together and for them to have a better sharing of information. Because as I said, we get judged as a country, not as each agency. And to move away from a blame-shifting approach to a problem-solving approach. We're not quite there. I'm saying we just started that process. I think getting institutions to understand constructive criticisms, because, and nowadays you can just check it on social media. If people are happy, if you, the Home Affairs Department, and you take time to issue ID cards, people will complain in the social media. So it's no longer, can people say they don't know? Understanding criticisms, because often when you have meetings within government, there's a mentality of being praise singers and not criticizing your colleague, which actually does harm to the to them themselves, because if they don't point out to their colleague the weaknesses, it affects this minister as well. So changing that culture, which, by the way, in the days of the struggle, we used to call it constructive criticism. And we were always open to it. But that was when we fought to end apartheid. We were very dynamic in trying to outsmart the apartheid government. I think dealing with the public accountability during grey listing was important. So despite FATF not wanting to make things public, we always went and pointed out to people that we made progress. We couldn't say which action item, but we would just generally give numbers. We've dealt with 4 during this round. And many in the country, the people who would read media, have heard of the FATF. And of course, linked to it, though FATF doesn't look at corruption, and it might be a predicate offense by itself, but there's a lot of money laundering around it. Dealing with it more effectively through both preventive and consequential mechanisms, I think remains a challenge. Because if you don't deal with that, you don't deal with probably the biggest source of money laundering. There's other money laundering, certainly through fraud and in the private sector, but a lot of this is literally done there. Then winning the private sector on board to understand how the world functions, despite, I was going to say, the current geopolitical situation, which is really shaking things up. I don't know what's going to happen, but anyway. So come now for South Africa. The focus is, like Zimbabwe, maybe we are just 2 or 3 months after you. We also have a mutual evaluation next year. So we've just come out of grey listing, and now we've got a mutual evaluation. But actually, it's a good thing, because it's going to force us to use the terminology to consolidate on the gains that we've made through grey listing. So it's kept us on our toes. And of course, the issue is, can we continue to make improvements? Because if people stop making improvements, the last year's data, so in other words, what's happening this year, will not reflect improvements next year. We risk on those items being ranked poorly. And the most important is the last point. Have we strengthened our institutions so that they can act effectively, to do what they're supposed to do and to act against crime and corruption? That's, I think, the good for the country that we have to do. So we'll have to deal with all 11 immediate outcomes. That's our challenge. And if you look at the new methodology, there's areas that, we still, when we started with grey listing, our non-financial sectors were not developed and were not really being monitored. And as you may know, there's no culture of being regulated, like even with estate agents, or there's very light touch. So we've got to continue to strengthen that, make sure they also provide their suspicious transaction reports or SARS. And then there's new areas like crypto, where many of us are struggling, but clearly we need to look at. So what we've said to our own cabinet is that the worst lesson from grey listing is to think we've now done it and everything's been solved. That effectively we've pointed out that FATF is only saying that we are moving in the right direction. We've started to move in the right direction, and we can now be left to our own to continue to make progress. We needed to have an external agency. Oh, that's why it was so humiliating being grey listed. But that now we will do what we're supposed to do with nobody watching us. And that's the challenge. So the biggest risk is ourselves, that if we become complacent. I won't go through this. This is just the new methodology, the tougher one, which focuses more on implementation than on the technical framework. And to just make the point that the end of state capture in South Africa has not ended corruption. If anything, it's gotten worse because it's become more decentralized. And there's no one big bad family that we can all attack. It's now amongst us. So how do you actually act? Might be your brother, your sister, your father, your mother involved, okay? So it's very close to home. And if we don't deal with this, look at why our preventive systems failed, fully implement the Zondo, Nugent, and Party Commission recommendations. Look at, and as a Treasury, I say, it's our fault. In the Treasury, we focus on the really sexy parts, the budget, macro. Even something as boring as tax policy is the sexy part, okay? Regulating the financial sector. I think we were excellent in those areas. But we left procurement, we just left it. We thought not much work's needed. To the point where we don't even have a guide to say how departments should do their procurement. So it becomes very confusing. So in other words, we have to put more of our intellectual capital on the policy side and the operational side on things like procurement in South Africa. I won't deal with this. I'm very passionate about how to fight corruption, but yeah. So in preparing to, and I've just seen that you've adopted your national risk assessment, and last night I at least found out, what was it, the 6 top issues. They made sense to me just without knowing much about the country, but it's sense for us even in South Africa. But clearly, your national risk assessment, of course, my only criticism is when you do it for only money laundering, you need to have a national risk assessment for everything. Between murders, rapes, etc., clearly you've got to put resources. You don't want a bizarre outcome that you so focus on money laundering and terror finance that your crimes like murder and rape and so on sort of suffer in the process, okay? You want your law enforcement to be focused on both. You want your preventive systems to be focused on both. But given that it's for money laundering, then that will be a risk assessment that I would see. That we've got to have one that's more credible, because it was clear to us that many of our players didn't really believe in the national risk assessment, because and there's one, of course, for money laundering, one for terror financing, one for countering proliferation finance now. That's a new one. Because the agencies are supposed to put resources. If they say these crimes are a priority, they've got to demonstrate that they're putting resources. So then when the police come, if you say tax avoidance is a big crime, then they want to see tax cases. And if they don't see such cases, it means you're not working according to your risk profile. So it's quite important to have a deep process. That's what we've realized. When we update our risk assessment, which we're busy doing now, that it better reflects current priorities. I think it's also important, sorry, there should be a clarifying policy, because in any country, you might find your country policies are not in line with general accepted practices. So, for example, how do we regulate, if you're a prudential supervisor, things are easy. There's a standard, there's Basel III, and you strive towards that. But when there's mobile operators, how do you regulate them? One of our companies got fined, I remember, a few billion rands by the Nigerian government. And I think we need to be as bold as Nigeria, because the same operators just issue SIM cards, and now you've got eSIMs. So we can't actually trace a cell phone number to a person. There's no know your customer kind of approach. So we've got to fix that up. There may not be an international standard, but if your standards are low, and I suspect in a region that would create a problem as well, because people can use phones from South Africa and commit crimes in Zimbabwe or elsewhere. How does your customs work? What goods do they stop or control from coming into a country? And then, as I said, South Africa's got an exchange control system. So we had to really persuade our colleagues from financial surveillance that FATF is not interested in exchange control transgressions. You've got to learn to do the other stuff, which is also in your own interest. And we clearly need to modernize our system of capital controls to the extent that you have them. And being a developing country, one can argue we need them. But they need to be, our system's so bad, anyone who wants to take their money out gets them out anyway. So what's the point of having rules that are difficult to enforce? So we've got to modernize and also align. Because if they're not aligned with other countries, you create all kinds of scope for arbitrage and so on. So I would say that's the, is it moving? Okay, sorry. Okay, maybe I'm taking up too much time. Okay. So the other issue, certainly for South Africa, is the modernization needs to impact on your databases across government. Nobody in South Africa has said to say, people have data, but they don't realize that the value of keeping data and of publishing it. If you're in a health service, you don't publish the data. You keep it in a department. And anyone who works with data will tell you, if you just collect data and nobody uses it to manage, the quality of the data is poor. The most important thing to improve data is that there are users who are using it, and there's a feedback mechanism. Hold on, the number of people you say with TB in these hospitals, it looks too high. And maybe, what about malaria? Okay. Why aren't you measuring that? Now, I mention that because if you then keep it in the health department and it's never published and it doesn't get used, that's the problem. So, though it's not a FATF standard, you've got to make sure that someone else outside that sector looks at the data, decides what to make more public, or at least more people to be able to use that. If you look at what FATF does, is like if it looks at beneficial ownership data, it wants the law enforcement authorities to have access. The bigger question is, shouldn't it be made public anyway? Now, I know we'll say, hold on, there's kidnappings are a problem in our country. I'm talking of South Africa, and you don't want to publish that data. But you can have limited closure. If you look at our master's office, it's all still a paper-based system. So the lack of access to database not only makes crime fighting difficult, but actually makes corruption easier. And definitely with procurement fraud, it's all paper-based. Yesterday or day before yesterday, we had a murder of a Sterling official, Babita Jukaran, in Tembisa Hospital. It looks like it was a feeding frenzy. And this guy who got, firstly, they exceeded their budget, almost doubled their budget. 3 families each got 300, 400 million rands. Yesterday, our system takes long, so that was exposed in 2021 with the murder of this lady. And yesterday or day before, our specialized investigative unit went in, and this man had a few Lamborghinis, right? 4 or 5. And 3 of them were blue in color. They also had to be the same color, okay? But you're seeing insane wealth, okay? So acting against that, I think, is important. So having quicker access and creating your databases and looking at, if you don't want to make it public, who's got a legitimate interest, I think one of the lessons we've learned, we've got to do. Our deeds office, is it accessible to others? That sort of data. Coming to the end, these are the types of questions which I'm just posing. So it's not just lessons, it's about how do we improve further? And that's why I haven't focused on lessons. I think the lessons have been in the early stages. I think we really need to go further. So to say, how best do you fight corruption? A spontaneous approach won't, if you just leave it to the natural order, it's not going to happen. You actually need a more activist approach to fight corruption. Is our criminal justice system geared to deal with financial crimes? Today, most evidence is going to be of a digital nature. We find that our law enforcement can't handle, somewhere I read a statistic, 80% of your, in many countries, evidence is digital in nature. Even someone who does really bad crimes like murder and rape, clearly the person will be probably a man in most cases, of course, in almost all cases, and they would have a cell phone in their pocket, and you could track movements. Is your system geared up to use that as evidence? So those are the issues, right? We've got a very strong human rights constitution, and often the way it's interpreted becomes a problem. People almost feel you can't do that, you can't do that. So how do we, something like, I was saying to you numbers, this was General Labia, the outgoing head of the TPCI. He says they've arrested 19,266 people during his stint, but 74% of those cases are still on the court roll, and convictions were only 26%. So you can't have a system that works so slowly. There's one study I saw recently where they say that a case can typically have 50 postponements. Okay, so what we call Stalingrad tactics, which our former president specialized in, okay? You keep on having interlocutory applications on this process, that process. So the case takes years. Witnesses die naturally if they haven't been killed, but they die naturally. So, and people forget, okay? So how do you get the system also to work more efficiently, effectively, and speedily? So we need to get the numbers and show to our colleagues in the Department of Justice, colleagues, look, this is, we all know it works slowly, but look at the numbers. This is a crisis. You need to focus on that. How do we improve the incentives also within the system so that we find that our police, and this is where I must thank FATF, are very quick to go for the predicate crime. In the murder of this lady, this public servant, they got the actual guys who killed her, shot her, 12 bullets. They found them within days. But they didn't, it showed very little interest in who paid them to kill her. So in other words, it's one thing the predicate crime, but who funded these people? Who benefited? Okay. So getting all of that, I think, becomes quite important. And is the culture of your police force, your prosecutors, is their incentive and performance system, does it reward them? Or because they're then taking long to deal with this complex fraud and the cases are taking longer to investigate, it's held against them for performance. So they just go for the obvious guys. So these are just, I'm not going to go through all. These are some of the types of questions. How do you modernize and strengthen our procurement system? But most important, how do you improve the system of financial disclosures for public servants and public office bearers, ministers, MPs, etc.? And how do you use technology? Because my question is, if I look at the FIU, why can't the FIU do more, in South Africa I'm talking, to provide our procurement oversight units with information? Why can't we work with banks quicker so that there are certain STRs that are prioritized? Last night I was talking to my South African colleagues who are here. By the way, when people procure, there's one person has got over 300 companies. This is not a big listed company, okay, into our customer supplier base. That's not just a red flag, it's like a burning red flag that there's some funny business going on. So having a curious mind is important, that looking at the data, just asking hard questions, testing it with others, finding proxies for corruption, etc., I think is critical. And especially your financial disclosures. And, I look at our country and I say, our politicians are committed to it. But are they so committed that they're going to fire you for not getting the financial disclosures in time? Because it's like mañana, forever. It's going on 10, 15 years. Politicians are good at talking. We need financial disclosures, but it actually doesn't happen. Okay? And public servants as well. Let me not say, are public servants really interested in financial disclosures? So you've got to put that pressure on people. And the last point I would say is, it's really about creating a culture of good governance, free from corruption, and to build your accountability system. Judge Zondo, he even is accused of steering beyond his mandate. But he said, you know, we also got to change and re-look at our electoral system because we've got a party list system. But he recommended that the president gets elected directly. He feels that way that there would be more accountability. Our MPs don't represent a constituency. They just get on the party list so that you fight your fights in the party, and as long as you're at the top, you'll become an MP, no matter who you are. And you can even change your list. So people who were kicked out from ESCOM and so on for corruption were brought back into the list because the former president also has a strong party. So I'm just saying you get all those types of funny things that you wouldn't imagine. So you've got to take a step back and say, in a calm way, without attacking anyone, how can we improve our system so that it delivers? So I'll stop there, but that's just our experience with grey listing. And with mutual evaluation, there's further work to be done. And clearly, in doing so, I think it will help to strengthen our democracy and make sure that we are actually delivering services to our people. Thank you very much. Go down. Or questions?
The next presenter will consolidate the questions. Thank you so much, Momo. Let's give him a hand for taking exactly an hour. We gave you an hour, you used your hour wisely. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe there's a lot that we learned from his presentation in terms of the lessons and their experiences as South Africa in fighting AML and of course CFT. But I think some and perhaps most of his the presentation that he make resonates so much with what we go through as well as Zimbabwe in many areas. So I believe there are a lot of notes that we can share in quite a number of those areas. The need to integrate more, the need to expedite the trial of financial crimes. He said justice delayed is justice denied. And also a lack of monitoring of what is happening to financial crimes. He pointed to the need for strong and continuing political commitment. I think there have been calls over and over in this regard in Zimbabwe as well. The need to take constructive criticisms, strong public accountability, dealing with corruption decisively, and also winning the private sector on board. I believe this engagement is part of that initiative and the desire to ensure that the private sector is part of these processes, as well as updating risk profiles to include current and emerging threats. So I think those are some of the areas I picked from his presentation. There's a lot, as he said, the presentation will be shared. We also want to acknowledge those who have joined us online, who are viewing and who are following procedures on our YouTube page, the FIU page. We are grateful. We have about 75 or so viewers there. The numbers are up and down, but we are glad that we have an audience virtually. There are a few comments that I picked from, this is a guy, a viewer called Chingoja, MP. He said, indeed, education is a vital tool to get the citizens on board towards the envisaged goals. And he also said, going down the grey listing road comes with severe ramifications. If we join hands and commit to fighting financial crime collectively, we will win. So yes, it's a collective effort, and we really need to emphasize that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with our program. At this juncture, I'm inviting to make a presentation on the National Risk Assessment, the NRA, and its impact on mutual evaluation, considering that we are preparing for that evaluation in 2026 next year. The presenter is Mr. Diffat Tembo from the FIC in Zambia. Mr. Dembo, Bwelane. Bwelane Achimwene.
Good afternoon. All right. I
I'll be presenting on a very familiar topic, the national risk assessment, the impact that the national risk assessment has on mutual evaluation. And I want to recognize my DG and my colleagues that came with from Zambia. Also the presence of the acting governor of the Central Bank, Zimbabwe, and other senior officials here. I recognize you. I've been told to reduce this presentation or to make this presentation in 20 minutes. So I'll try to do that. When assessors come next year, the first thing that they will do is they are going to ask you, Zimbabwe, to give them your national risk assessment. Even before they come, they want to have an understanding, okay, of your risk assessment, okay? So the assessors will consider the nature and the extent of the money laundering and terrorist financing risk. That is the starting point of any mutual evaluation, okay? And most of the things that Momo was talking about, issues of the makeup of the market, issues of transparency, integrity, issues of corruption, independence of the judiciary, all those issues are considered under what we call structural elements and contextual factors. Sometimes we don't pay particular attention to those things, but they are considered. Now, when you look at the mutual evaluation, I think recommendation 1 is very critical. That is the starting point, okay? But I like the second part. It says the risk-based elements of other recommendations. So most of us, we've paid particular attention to recommendation 1, which is very, very important. But the standard says, they say, and other recommendations. So there are elements that I'm not going to go through them, but I'll show you how you can prepare for the same, so that either you maintain the 37, LC or C, and not reduce. Okay? Assessors will also consider the nature and the extent of the risks for the country at the outset. I think that is what we have talked about. So what they will do is they will ask you to send them information through what they call a scoping exercise. And they will look at all relevant factors that you considered to rate yourself as Zimbabwe, to say money laundering in Zimbabwe is medium. Is that correct? Money laundering risk in Zimbabwe is medium. Is that correct? You don't know. Let me repeat. Money laundering risk in Zimbabwe is medium. True or false? Yeah. So that is very critical. So they'll look at the factors, okay, that you considered to rate money laundering as medium, among other things that probably Mom was talking about. So they will use the outcome of the risk scoping to guide and focus the assessment on the higher risk areas. So where you have rated yourselves in the national risk assessment as high, for instance, you have rated money laundering risk for motor dealer, is it motor vehicle dealers, whatever, as high, isn't it? Isn't it? Why are you doubting your own results? Yeah, you have also rated real estate as medium high. True? True? Okay. Which other sector have you rated high? Okay. So next year, this is what will be happening, DG. So the assessors will say, interpret these 3 words. And this I want to leave with you. Vinavora is there. So they'll ask you, have you identified? Have you assessed? And have you understood? If it was in class, we would have spent a bit of time talking about identifying. Let me take a bit of time, because I've got 20 minutes, but this is very important. Have you identified money laundering risk? Zimbabwe? Have you assessed the money laundering risk? Yes. And have you understood the money laundering risk? So with oh yes, you will need to explain those 3 terms. And that is why that document is very, very important. Now, again, the assessors, they do not take the way you have concluded your risk assessment as gospel truth. So they have got their own independent mind to look at that. So that's very, very important. They also consider issues of the most prevalent predicate offenses in your jurisdiction. And I think last night, Patience and a colleague had a quiz on this matter, isn't it? So we know the most prevalent predicate offenses in Zimbabwe, isn't it? So they will consider that. They also look at issues of TF, the way you have assessed. Even when you say we have not prosecuted, they will still assess it and see whether there are some vulnerability and threats that exist. Exposure to cross-border flows and all these issues, the way your assessment has been done over all these matters, financial inclusion, other things that haven't included, will also be considered. On the preventative measures, especially when you look at IO3 and of course IO4, I think this is very, very important for the private sector that take time to look at the national risk assessment and review your own institutional risk assessment or sectorial risk assessment. So again, the assessors will be looking at your understanding of the customer, country, geographical, product and transaction risk. And this seems to be very simple, but when the assessors are in front of you and they are asking you questions like that, you begin to dance a bit. Yeah. You begin to say things that are not supposed to be there. Documentation of risk assessment and keeping them up to date, very, very critical. How often do you update? Who approves these documents and the like? Okay, ability to provide risk assessment information to competent authority. This one I needed to ask. Private sector, when you have done your the institutional risk assessment, do you provide this to competent authorities? Who in particular? So this one, look at it in case you are not. It's very, very important requirement. They'll ask you all those things. Policies, these are things that you do. The assessors also look at approved policies, controls that you have put in place to address the risks that you have they've been identified, the monitoring of the implementation of policies, and how you apply enhanced due diligence on those areas where there is high risk, customers, product, and others. Okay. Areas of higher money laundering terror financing to the country will be given more weight when determining ratings for technical compliance. I know we have been talking about effectiveness, and I agree, because that's what we have been advised. We need to pay particular attention, or rather we need to focus on effectiveness. But again, we need also to pay particular attention to how you have rated yourself in all the sectors. I attended a meeting somewhere to say, please make sure that don't rate yourself so badly. Because if you rate yourself so badly, the assessors, when they come, they will fix you, ask a lot of questions on that. The advice I'm making is that since your assessment is already out, just prepare to defend your ratings. I think that's the advice I'm giving you. For instance, if you say TF risk in Zimbabwe is low. True? Is it medium, low, or low? What? Again, let me ask. TF risk in Zimbabwe is medium, low. True or false? Okay. So DG, that is what will be happening next year. So then we'll go to that word of saying assess, identify, and understand. So when you have different interpretation or how you're responding, they say they do not understand. That's how these assessors conclude these reports. Very, very important. So they'll be given more weight. Okay? And these things, I think Momo has talked about them, issues of structural elements, very, very critical. I deliberately put this because if you look at those countries that have been through ICRG, in fact, even Zimbabwe are going to agree with me, Momo has talked about them. The issues of political commitment, issues of high-level commitment to address those issues, stable institution, these are critical. Rule of law, they are very, very much considered, okay? And because I've got 20 minutes, what I've done, colleagues, we are still here, and senior officials, is that instead of just focusing on recommendation 1, which we all know, isn't it? That's where we think we can only consider risk. But I've given you a lot of materials that in all these recommendations that I've listed, they have an element of you understanding the national risk assessment as well as sectorial risk assessment or institutional risk assessment. Since these slides will be given, you go through recommendation 2. I'll give you an example of recommendation 2. It says your policy that you have just developed and your strategy should be informed by what? Risks. So if we pick your national risk assessment and we pick the national policy that you have developed and the two are not speaking to each other, which means your policy is not informed by the findings of the national risk assessment. So you may not do well under recommendation 2. Rec 8, we all know about NPOs. It's not all NPOs that we need to look at, but only those that meet FATF definition of NPO. And once those are identified, you have to assess them and then apply proportionate and focused measures that should not disrupt the activities of those other NPOs that are carrying good works. So all these recommendations I've given you, there are many, and probably you thought it was on recommendation 1, but this DG is going to help you even as you prepare. We are also using the same as a country. Wherever we go, we talk about this politically exposed person. There's a very good element there. Sometimes you don't see it, that actually you need to undertake the national risk assessment or sectoral risk assessment, because there's a requirement under Reg 12 which says you as private institution or banks or whatever institution, you need to identify a customer who is politically exposed person, but I think they talk more about a customer or beneficial owner who is a politically exposed person. So for you to do that, you should risk profile your customers, and out of that, ongoing updating of your profiling, you'll be able to address that requirement. Money value transfers, like I said, there's one interesting requirement on risk assessment. It basically says you should identify MVTAs that carry out these activities without a license. How are you going to do that without risk assessment? So all these new technologies, 15.3 specifically for virtual assets, among others. So like I said, I've given you all these elements. They are very, very important. Please go through them. Quite a lot, and also for all the immediate outcomes. Pay particular attention, especially for the financial sector, since we are discussing, we are all here. Immediate outcome 3, and be careful. DG, this is my appeal. I have attended a meeting where people read outdated materials. No, let me just take this. Since I'm sitting, I still have 5 minutes, I guess, isn't it? When was immediate outcome 3 last updated? And which document are you supposed to be reading? You who are going for a mutual evaluation in 2026. So that is homework. Don't answer. The danger, DG, that is there is because there are so many documents, we begin to read old documents, and it can mess us up. So please pay particular attention to the changes that have taken place to IO3 and IO4. But they keep on amending them, assessment methodology. Please familiarize yourselves with all that. All these things, you know them, but why I've put them there, for those who are initiated in AML safety matters, when you go to the immediate outcome, okay, there's what we call an effective system, how it looks like. Then there are core issues, isn't it? Yeah, the characteristics and all that issues, but there's a point to say note to the assessors. I think you've seen that part. Read that as you prepare for your mutual evaluation. It says notes to the assessor. Don't worry, they are talking to the assessor, but you read. Because they are preparing assessors to say, focus on these issues and all these things. Actually, there's only one recommendation where I didn't see risk being mentioned. I mean, immediate outcome. But I deliberately put everything that just consider your risk as you are addressing or attending to IOs. Recommendation, implementation, and national policy. I hope you have already done, I mean, your NRI have read it personally, page to page, page up to the end. You can invite me to assess you on your NRI. I've read. When I say I've read. So, the way you are concluding your assessment, immediate after you have assessed something, you conclude, which is good. But also what you can do is to isolate all those things, and they can be in an Excel, and they are like it's a standalone document, which I know maybe you have already done. So it's easier to follow, because that document is quite long. And sometimes if you have not isolated these recommendations along the way, you can miss out on some of the actions which can impact on your mutual evaluation. For the private sector, please read these documents. The documents are long, but I think there will be need of more engagements. By the way, DG, I can confirm that I followed your launch of the National Risk Assessment. You are doing extremely well, and we want to copy that. We also want to do what you are doing. How often is the NRI updated? All that will be very critical as you prepare for a mutual evaluation. Thank you very much.
Okay, you may just stick on there, and Momo, I think the two of you, because your presentations were more or less connected, I would want now to invite questions pertaining to Momo's presentation, as well as, maybe you can text it, it's okay, you can just text it there. But maybe 2 or 3 questions before we go for lunch. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Directed at Momo and Mr. Tembo. Any questions? Yes, DG.
Okay, thank you. Mine, I don't want to be the first to ask questions. I would want to give that to others, but I just want to make just very broad observations. I think starting from now with Momo's presentation, like indicated by the MC, I like the fact that you did not really come here to just make your system look good to us. You were very honest and open to us about the weaknesses, and in bringing out those weaknesses, it was like holding a mirror to our faces here in Zimbabwe. I saw a lot of, if not all, There are some that I will not publicly adopt, but I can just say there are a lot of similarities, and I think it's because of our shared context in the region, and so it gave us a lot of food for thought in terms of how we are going to deal with those things. I particularly like the fact that you highlighted that because we've just we got out of the grey list. Let's not then just think that it means we have resolved everything. I think we tend to get that, what do I call it, laxity, to say, oh, we got out of the grey list, we did well, and not really admit to ourselves that achieving effectiveness is much harder. Yeah, then from DFAT, I was thinking the fact that we have put together this PPSD and gathered everyone. We are building a common understanding of our risks. But thank you very much for reminding us that that's not necessarily what it means, especially when you are asking us what the assessors will ask us. What is your money laundering risk rating? I am a little bit worried about the answers that we are likely to get, so I realize there's a lot of more work that we need to do. The fact that we have done the risk assessment and sent out the documents to everyone is probably not quite enough, and we need to do a little bit more in building that understanding at the end of the day. But just those broad observations, I thank you very much, the two colleagues.
Thank you, DG. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, we have a question, sir. You can introduce yourself briefly and then you get into your question straight.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Adwek Mukwada. I'm Chief Executive Officer, Shares for Community, Share Ownership Trust. Mr. Momo, yeah, we've gone through your presentation. How hopeful is the South African situation, given the number of negative situations you have cited? And do you see these problems being within South Africa to resolve, or they need a regional approach? And if so, to what extent has South Africa worked to have this achieved? Then my second question, I don't know whether I'm asking Mr. Momo or I'm asking us here to say to what extent is the situation presented by South Africa impacting on financial crimes in Zimbabwe, since without giving percentages and figures, most financial criminals in Zimbabwe escape even to South Africa. Then going to Mr. Tembo, I've got one question. Yeah, I was wondering on what constitutes the national assessment exercise. I need to be educated, and I'm sure there are a number of us like that. What institutions will be visited during the exercise? What will the assessors look at? Will it be at a conference like this one, or they will come to people individually, etc., etc.? May you kindly educate us on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have another one? A lady? A lady? Oh, okay. Do we have anyone before I pick him? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, the acting governor. I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you. It's a lady. For me, to both presenters, I was challenged, and I would want to hear your responses on the risky issues around virtual assets, insane wealth, illicit assets, and on illicit assets, I understand that in the region there are groups of people who are going around our countries offering billions of dollars to solve all our problems. How are you handling this in South Africa and also in Zambia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. The last one.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, both. My name is Dr. Love Mogomera from the Chartered Governance and Accountancy Institute in Zimbabwe. Mr. Momo, you spoke about good governance, and for me, it starts and ends with good governance, because you're talking about policies, robust internal controls and all that in terms of compliance and the like. The question to both of you is that, to what extent have you embedded good governance in your initiatives that you've talked about, and how essential is it for Zimbabwe to anchor its risk assessment and initiatives on good governance? Is it something that you would recommend? The second one, you spoke about training, and coming from the professional body sides, to what extent do you work with professional bodies like lawyers, accountants, and so on, in terms of making sure that some of the issues are actually embedded in their syllabus in order to reach out to the would-be professionals of tomorrow, of the future, to get it right as we progress into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, unfortunately, because of time, we'll take only those questions, but we believe as the program progresses, we'll be able to accommodate more. And some of the issues, again, particularly the issues to do with how the assessment or the assessment and evaluation are done, perhaps we'll handle that in presentations that will follow in the day. So let's get straight to the responses. That's fine. Okay. And let's try also to make them quick. Thank you.
No, thanks. And thanks for the questions. And let me take the easy way out and say I certainly don't have solutions. Perhaps you can pose the problems. So the first question, I think the Gigi's comments, I'm glad if, you know, in South Africa, I think we do believe in transparency. So yes, we want to put our problems out there. But I don't want it to seem like there's no hope. I think there is hope. It's just that we're a noisy democracy, but what you've got to watch is the criminals also take advantage of your democracy for their own activities. And we've got to get that balance between having that human rights culture or respect for people's rights without over-focusing, I think, on criminals. I don't know the how, but the speed with which criminals act is much faster, even if our criminal authorities were very efficient. So again, I think that's just hard. I won't answer the question on crypto. I know very little about it, but clearly, and I think what the acting governor also asked, all the billions that are promised, whether it's through crypto or whether it's through other investors, generally, I must say, when people come like that, it's almost certainly a scam. And I think educating people, and in fact, they become so sophisticated, these scams, and it needs more than education, because in a way, the greed impulse is then ordinary, everyone, they think there's money for nothing. Of course, there's no money for nothing. And I think getting people to set up their own mechanisms is one thing, but can we as institutions help people to make those decisions? So for example, when banks say customers, etc., I say, no, you also have a responsibility not just to educate your customers, but to protect them from those scams. So on both sides, you need to do that. I think the last point, I agree. I think everything is about good governance, accountability, and that is the essential anchor. If you don't have that, then people will find it very difficult, and maybe you need a different system, because if you have a democracy, you have a set of problems. If you have a different system, like say in China, their form of democracy, it's a different system, but they have the mechanisms. So we just, we can't get it, we can't be blind to these things. And I think on the professional bodies and so on, yes, a lot of work needs to be done. Again, people hide behind the law, but they got to take a step back and say, if we as lawyers or this profession don't act, then this is what happens to the system as a whole. And in a way, the grey listing has been good in that sense, because When we've then gone to the lawyers and tried to regulate them, they've been much more open to it because they've seen that internationally they are actually causing perverse outcomes for the country.
Thank you, Momo. Yes, Mr. Tembo.
Yes, as guided, the questions to do with who will be visited and during the mutual evaluation,
yes.
I think that we may end up of preempting follow-up discussions, but maybe just addressing issues of risks on virtual assets and other financial crimes and how these are being addressed in various jurisdictions. I think most of the countries in the eastern and southern part of Africa, we're still coming up with legal frameworks around the managing of virtual assets operations and activities. The risks still remain, and I think that is one area that as a jurisdiction, or rather as a region, we need to ensure that we come up with robust and effective laws that are going to address risks that are emerging with activities and operation of virtual assets. But just talking about other financial crimes, I think each jurisdiction has the different approach or approaches on how they deal with these matters. I think you need to have a good working relationship with policymakers. So in Zambia, what we've done, sometimes we carry out these typologies or trends report. We come up with recommendations. And if we feel that these recommendations need to be taken up by government, then we will engage probably what we call anti-money laundering authority or the Minister of Finance. Most of our recommendations that have come from our trends report and typologies have been taken on board, including the last budget that was given by the minister. We made a proposal concerning how we can deal with the remittances and issues to do with advance income tax. And we realized that the minister didn't even hesitate to take on board that recommendation, and it is in the 2026 budget. But also there are issues that we are dealing with issues to do with limiting the use of cash in commerce, and those are already being considered by government. So really you need to have a rapport with policymakers, sell these ideas, and that's the only way you can deal with these risks that are emerging. To what extent do you work with lawyers, accounting institutions? For us, from Zambia, lawyers, accounting firms are considered to be reporting entities. So there are programs to do with awareness, where we train them, but also to advise them what they are supposed to put in place. We have had difficulties, of course, in terms of the rate at which they are moving to take on board these requirements. But you need to continuously engage them. We are also given time to speak to them during their annual general meetings, which has worked very well. And we also have programs where we engage them just to check on what they are doing and advising them what they are supposed to put in place. Issues of governance, again, all our engagements, we ensure that we talk about issues of governance, especially when we are dealing with the board and management of these institutions. Our programs are crafted in such a way that we do not just engage the frontliners, but we meet the board of directors and management in various forums, and in such kind of forums, then we are able to advise what they are supposed to put in place. If I left out any other question, we can discuss during lunch.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Momo and Mr. Tembo, for the responses. We really appreciate that. And I think I do not wish to dilute these responses. I just want to also draw attention to a very productive morning that we had, particularly with the address from the acting governor, his speech, and the other presentations that came thereafter. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a good morning. We are now going for lunch. I will kindly ask our VIPs the acting governor, the DG, to lead us to lunch, and I believe ushers will be giving us tickets and also ushering us and showing us which points to go to. Let's go for lunch. We should be back by 1:30. We are going to give prizes to those who come back faster or earlier than the rest. So you have to weigh, is it food or the prize? Choose for yourself what you wish to have, but we will certainly do something for those who come back early. Let's try to be here by 1:30. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Minamato yamakaita mchuya kuno will sustain you during lunch, so enjoy. Thank you very much.
Said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you. bank that's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
where payments can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days. EcoCash for the tough days. EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chibodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everywhere. Every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel. All in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone. ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mula and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something when two souls said, I do, and love filled the air. You were across the country, but still sent your heartfelt congratulations. EcoCash was there, helping you gift your love no matter the distance. And when times got tough and a friend whispered, EcoCash was there, quick, easy, from your heart to theirs. When dreams took flight, school fees were paid for the little ones starting grade 1. To send money for groceries to Mbuya and Sekuru in Chidodo village, EcoCash was there. From celebrations to new beginnings, the joyful relations to taking on life's adventures, EcoCash is always there for you. It isn't just a wallet, it's a lifeline. EcoCash for the good days, EcoCash for the tough days, EcoCash for life. E-wallet, Yema wallets. EcoCash. Live life the EcoCash way.
Payments can be complicated. ZimSwitch makes it simple. Introducing ZimSwitch, Zimbabwe's unified payment system. One powerful platform that connects them all. Whether you're banking, buying, sending, or spending, ZimSwitch links you to everyone, every bank, every mobile wallet, every payment channel, all in one seamless, secure connection. From the city to the village, from the shop floor to your phone, ZimSwitch is with you wherever life takes you. ZimSwitch, with you wherever life takes you.
That's in sync with your lifestyle. We understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve. Our dedicated relationship officers are ready to grow your wealth and give you sound investment advice designed to support your business, asset acquisition goals, and the life you want to lead. Reach for the stars. Apply for the CBZ Prime account. CBZ Bank. Partners for success. Enjoy the freedom and convenience that comes with CBZ Bank Visa. With Visa's convenient online payment system, you can make transactions from anywhere in the world with ease. You can pay for your education with a simple click. With your CBZ Bank Visa card, you'll never miss a beat when it comes to making smart online payments. Shop online from anywhere using your CBZ Bank Visa card. CBZ Bank. Partners for success.
Life is a journey filled with moments, some small, some big, some unforgettable. When a tiny bundle of joy was born and the family group chat was flooded with Makurokoto messages, EcoCash was there, helping you send a little something.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, rather. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Can we settle down so that we can continue? We want to thank all of you for trying so hard to be on time. I do believe there are prizes for those who came earlier or who outran others or who outate others to make it to the group of winners. I realized some didn't even have to go out for lunch. They waited. They were here. I saw her. There's her, there's him, there's another him, there's another him here. I think I saw about 5. I took pictures when I came in. So I don't know how we are going to award them, because I remember a story. A young boy asked his father, "Dad, can I be punished for something I didn't do?" And the father said, "No, never. That's not right." And the young boy said, "Well, I didn't do my homework." So I don't know how we are going to award those who never even left the room. Do you qualify or not? What's the criteria? You were supposed to have gone out for lunch and come back earlier than the rest of us. And then there's a group that is going to deliberately come late, and I've created a criteria for winners in that group. If you are amongst the first in the last 10 people to come last, if you beat the last 10, you should also get a prize. If you beat the last 10, you should also get a prize. But anyway, the prizes will be announced in due course. We want to welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is the 4th Public-Private Sector Dialogue, PPSD, on anti-money laundering and financial crimes, 2025. The theme for our conference this year is consolidating progress and driving action towards a high-level AML CFT effectiveness. And we have had engaging deliberations and presentations as we started in the morning, culminating in the presentation also by our guest of honor who officially opened this conference. And also the questions that were posed and the responses given. I believe there is more in terms of the responses that will be given to some of those questions raised. And among them is the issue of the mutual evaluation timelines in response to a question that was asked earlier. So at this juncture, allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Kudakwashe Ngube, who is the FIU Deputy Director in charge of compliance, to respond in a way to that issue of the evaluation timelines, and then he'll also proceed to invite the next presenter thereafter. Mr. Ngube.
Thank you, Justin, and a good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. So I'm just going to take you through the timelines briefly. If you can go to the next slide. So there was a question earlier on the mutual evaluation process, so we just want to clarify a few issues. So SAMLAG, our regional body, is formally notified Zimbabwe that the mutual evaluation process has commenced. And as we've always indicated, most of the work will be done in 2026. and they'll be looking at a 6-year period. So it's not like they are going to be assessing what we have done in 2026 only, but they'll be looking at a 6-year period. I hope that's clear. So as we are seated here, whatever is happening will be considered when they come through. So it's going to start off with a high-level mission where they will come and then meet senior officials that include government ministers, heads of government departments, and agencies. This will take place on the 17th and 18th of November this year. Then thereafter, they've organized a training for these senior officials from MDAs as well as the private sector where applicable. Then next year, January, 12 to 16 January, there's going to be a pre-mutual evaluation training. So this is a new initiative from SAMLAG. They've realized that countries are not well prepared before the assessment, so they've introduced what they call pre-mutual evaluation training, where again they'll bring in relevant stakeholders from government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the private sector, so they are aware of what's going to come their way when the assessment commences. Then thereafter, they're going to request the country, they're going to request Zimbabwe to indicate recommendations that have been impacted by changes to laws, regulations, or operational framework. So this is a new requirement again, but this time around, they're not going to look at all the recommendations. They will just focus on the recommendations that have been impacted by changes to laws, regulations, or operational framework, and recommendations where you have not met the required threshold. In our case, as we had earlier on, that would be recommendation 2, recommendation 8, as well as recommendation 15. However, the assessments that have been done so far using the new round, or the third round of methodology, have indicated that this is very difficult. So chances are high that FATF is going to make a change later this month and allow assessors to look at all the recommendations. Then thereafter in June, they will request the country to submit what they call a TC questionnaire or a technical compliance questionnaire. As I indicated, chances are high we're not going to be asked to do for all the 40 recommendations, but it was extremely difficult just to focus or ring-fence recommendations that have changes. Then in June next year, there will be a discussion on risk, context, and materiality, and this discussion will be involving competent authorities. This is where the assessors want to understand risk, context, and materiality of certain sectors. And this is exactly what Mr. Temple was alluding to earlier on. And this is extremely important, because after this discussion, the assessors would then come up with what they call a scoping note. This is a document now which will highlight areas where they will put more focus on. So it's important we get it right on risk, context, and materiality. And when we engage reporting entities, we are encouraging them to also take part in this process, because you know your sectors more than your supervisors. It's important that everybody participate. Then after the concept note, the scoping note, there's going to be we're going to get the outcome of the first review of the technical compliance annexure. This will be in August 2026. Then in September, for me, the most important part of the assessment is they are going to ask us to come up with an effectiveness questionnaire. We are going to populate the effectiveness questionnaire. Earlier on, you had more details on what we are doing as far as the 11 immediate outcomes are concerned. So we are now going to have that assessment and put it in the questionnaire. So it's us as a country that is going to complete that and give it to the assessors. And that's critical. Was already at that stage, the assessors will form a view of how we are performing as far as effectiveness. And again, this is not just an FRU role, this is not just an MDS role, but everyone should be involved so that we capture correctly the work, the good work that you have done. Back in the office, they've nicknamed me Mr. Package It, because I always ask my team, let's package stuff. Package, package, package. Because you'll be doing the work, but if it's not written, it doesn't exist, right? Then afterwards, we'll get the outcome of the second TC annexure review. Then the on-site This is where the assessors will come to Zimbabwe. This will take place either in January or February 2027. But as I indicated, they are looking at a 6-year period. It's not like they are just coming in to look at what we have done in 2026 or 2027 when they come for the on-site. So the on-site is usually 21 days, and they'll be meeting all the key stakeholders, the government ministries, departments, agencies, as well as the private sector, and you'll be notified who is supposed to come through. And in some instances, they'll be meeting private sector players on their own without involvement of MDAs. So we'll be giving you more information as we progress, but the key thing is that the mutual evaluation has kicked off. Great. So this session that is coming up, we're now going to focus more on immediate outcome 3 and 4, on preventive measures, how we can increase effectiveness as far as application of preventive measures is concerned. And for preventive measures or private sector, they are required to deter, detect, and report financial crimes. As indicated by the MC, you know, it's more like a meeting of acronyms, isn't it? You've heard words like CDD, FIs, DNFVPs. In the interest of time, I will not expand on those. But some of them, KYC, you're going to hear of it just now. I'm sure Sam will do justice. Know your customer. CDD, customer due diligence. Then we also have one called CSAs, competent supervisory authorities. Then we have another one that got me into trouble some other time, SRBs. So we you know how we normally throw this casually. Then I said, use SRBs. Then they thought I was saying people with strong rural backgrounds. Yet I was referring to self-regulatory bodies like the POs we have here in the Law Society. So having said that, let me introduce our next presenter, who is a blue blood. So when we say a blue blood, these are people who have worked for KPMG in the past, and we've also worked at Barclays some time together. So I'm kind of like following his path. Yeah, so we're going to have Sam, if we can have his profile. Yeah, so that's Sam's profile. So currently he's the Group CEO of Old Mutual, and he's going to take us through Central KYC. You explain the initiative, but this is one example of how the public sector and the private sector can come together. So let me preempt his presentation. Let's just welcome Sam. Thank you. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you very much, Kuda. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. May I recognize Acting Governor, Dr. J.T. Chipika, and Director General for the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Chiperesa. So my presentation has got the domain as outlined by Kuda. But when Jifat was also presenting, our guest from Zambia, I picked some recommendations, 2 of them, which would also be adjacent to the core of my presentation. And that's recommendation number 2, which talks about cooperation, collaboration. It predominantly refers to government agencies and those that control financial crime, but I think private sector has got a role in that. The second one I picked was recommendation number 15, which talks about new technologies. And my presentation is going to probably focus on those 2, speaking from a private sector point of view, but seeking to find ways that we can collaborate, but also leverage technologies. So I think as private sector, the temptation sometimes is to think that you are only concerned with your microspace. And I think if we stay in that mindset, we can only harm ourselves. The thinking that I'm motivating amongst private sector players, alongside other players in the control of financial crime, is to realize that we have a role to play in the wider scope of this effort if we are to improve our microspaces. I would give you an example of a farmer just very quickly, and I'm sure that I've got enough time. So at some point, a farmer who was growing maize saw that he was not getting the yields he was supposed to get. He did everything that he was supposed to do on his field, but somehow the yields were not coming up, until he realized that his neighboring farmers who were also growing maize were into the wrong practices, recycling the seed and not quite cultivating the fields the way they should. And he saw and realized very quickly that there is cross-pollination happening when it's tassel time between my crop, which I'm taking very good care of, and the crop of my neighboring farmers who are not exactly doing the same thing. So he decided the following year that he was going to work on the neighboring farmers, ensure that they also adhere to the right practices, encourage them to use the right seeds, because he was not about to leave the field of growing maize. When he improved his neighbors' farms, his yields went up. And that's much like the way we should look at financial crime, that you can never be in isolation. And I think it's a call for us as private sector to say that if we are going to improve the landscape of control of financial crime, it is a collaborative effort. Now, there is a research that was done, and this was by the Institute of International Forensic Practitioners. And this is recent, 2024. They also then did another survey early 2025 and identified that 2 to 5% of global GDP output is lost to financial crime. And I think that observation is an understatement by other critics, because they probably were narrow in their view of where they researched and sampled. But 2 to 5% of GDP is not cheap either. It's a big cost. So the leadership response must be placed against that context of how much it is costing economies. And economies are not, an abstract. Economies are households and individuals. So financial crime is costly. But the other observation they made was that fragmented responses to the controlling of financial crime are actually being abused by criminals in this space. And the need to make sure that we have got harmonized infrastructure, processes, and practices was emphasized. But another development that you would then find is the centrality of KYC in all of the efforts that we would embark on to control financial crime was highlighted. This is where, as as private sector players, we start to come in. If we are going to do customer due diligence to identify the counterparty you are dealing with, or to determine whether just the standard customer due diligence is enough, or you need to escalate it to enhanced due diligence, you're going to have to rely on identifying the parties. And knowing them very well. And there are now structures that are even more sophisticated. The need to identify ultimate beneficiaries of proceeds of financial crime, or just ultimate beneficiaries generically, the warm bodies behind the transactions we do, can't be overemphasized. And all of that is anchored on KYC. The second development, which is being identified in that survey, is the impact of digitalization. Now, digitalization is accelerating the pace of change. The criminals we are trying to control against are themselves digitalizing. So they spend a lot of time calculating how do they execute what they want to execute digitally. And if there is a misalignment between the ways we want to control those players who are themselves digitalizing and perhaps continue to rely on traditional ways, we would already automatically be behind. They would be ahead. So you will see my presentation also talking about that. I will not go into this. This is really just to complete the report. These are references of what we have in regulatory guidance, regulatory directives and laws. But the one observation you will make is I was just looking at what this list used to look like, 2006, and where we are now. It's getting longer, isn't it? So it's a call on us as players to say, how do we also deal with increasing requirements to ensure that we fulfill this mandate? Without technology and using technology, it becomes more difficult. You would also see the centrality of certain agencies, and this is not to discount others, but the Reserve Bank, the financial intelligence units, tend to be the primary centers across the globe where you will find a lot of this responsibility being shouldered. And I think as private sector, there is an opportunity there for us to say, how can we work with FIU? How can we work with the Reserve Bank to make sure we harmonize some of our interventions? On this slide, I'm just trying to explain the role of technology and how it is evolving. And it's the same outcomes for business as we should look for the controls and the financial crime interventions we are thinking about. It's pretty generic, but sometimes we don't think seriously about it. So now technology, if I come to financial services, has got outcomes. The first outcome you find is it supports inclusion. You address certain markets you would not have been able to address effectively using technology. Now we can bank more people can transact on digital platforms because it costs less. In the past, to address people that are further out from the cities, the towns, would have required more resources. But they can transact from those places, they can be included. But it means that our financial crime control has also got to respond to that evolution. We are including more players, which is good because we are formalizing them and their transactions. But the way that we identify them, monitor their activities, can remain manual. When we actually see that when we were fully manual as banks, we were not able to include them. Digitalization brought them in. So there already is a dislocation if we don't evolve with the technology development. The technology is bringing in more players, is allowing more sophisticated products. Manual systems couldn't have handled that, and therefore financial control procedures and systems also ought to travel with that. So that's the one item. But the second one that you find in financial services coming out of technology is personalization. So as players, we are able to develop insights around customers that will allow us to serve them better, to understand them better. We will know that somebody has swiped at this toll gate and that toll gate. Therefore, he has got a vehicle, let's offer him insurance. And the system will tell us, why don't you take an insurance offering to him? He's driving, he must be having a motor vehicle for him to be swiping $4 at this toll gate. So I will probably know where a person is. Which brings me to another one, and I'm challenging some of these DG. At some point, I had a boss who is now a permanent secretary in government, and he said to me, Sam, have you ever thought about the proof of res? How do we use it? And I said, yeah, it's to know that we will find somebody somewhere. We need to know and trace them to some physical address. Then he says, but if I've got a phone and I'm traveling with my phone, which one is more accurate about where I am, the physical address I filled in the form, or the phone that I travel with? The phone that I travel with will also tell me where I sleep. Because you can just watch the phone. Okay, I'm not going to encourage people to do that. But you can watch the phone and say between 8 and 12, it is on 88 Shingai Court, Baines Avenue. But the form I filled, which is a manual one, I said, private bag care of Chiku Kwaruro. So which one is more effective at identifying where I am? So digitalization is giving us an opportunity to be more effective at locating people. If we are not adapting our means, we start to have a dislocation. So, but that is one personalization, but you can also know insights. Who is transacting where? Who is spending more time at Betway? And how much is he betting? Technology will tell us the transaction level that you are doing relative to your income. Because my salary comes into an account with a code, my outcomes will come out, I can relate. How come this one seems to be spending so much? He has got this salary, he has got these other ones. What are they? I think we have got those tools to identify suspicious transactions. But I'm just encouraging here just to say technology and what it is meaning for effectiveness of control of financial crime. But another one, which is an outcome from technology, which we must respond to, is the extent to which you can leverage data for insights, for decision making, and if it is financial crime, for screening and just evaluating the standing of the customers. There is an element about cost efficiencies. Now, we say in private sector, the cost of compliance is going up, right? And it keeps going up. Sometimes I think we need to reflect and say, but are we using technology as the private sector players to ensure that we achieve those outcomes? Because technology helps us to fulfill these requirements more effectively. We can do that at a micro space, but what I'm encouraging is, can we actually do that at the macro space? Encourage the play of technology in a way that is controlled, but that is coherent, harmonized, and bring down generically the cost that we incur to control, to effect some of the controls. A fifth outcome is improved compliance and regulatory adherence. Now, with technology, there is an inherent outcome that you should be able to have generally higher compliance standards if we use it appropriately, which is the big if, and which is what I'm going to be talking about in encouraging private sector to collaborate around and along with the Reserve Bank and FIU. But there is enhanced risk management and fraud detection, cybersecurity. I've already said the criminals are advancing their methods using technology. We cannot afford to be less competent than the criminals and to be capacitated and have weaker capabilities than the criminals we are trying to control. You know, one example is today the lecturers in a university are having a hard time because the way they used to examine and set questions in the past is being challenged by things like AI, isn't it? The students get the question before they get to their dormitory. They've done AI, they've got some responses already. Now, if you keep relying on the same exam question, and here I'm now looking at DG, and if we keep relying on the same exam questions and the way that we used to fulfill those exam questions, and we are not moving with the times, there is a dislocation, which becomes an inherent undoing to the efforts that you're trying to achieve. And it's no one's fault. It's probably just the fault that we are not just talking to each other and working coherently. So we are trying to move from manual to digitalized in this position that I'm putting across as a proposal. That can we really actually purposefully, intentionally seek to say, how do we leverage technologies across the value chain? Private sector, the intermediaries, our dear regulators, how do we leverage technology? Because when we move from manual to automation, we we make things cheaper, we become more effective, it's probably repetition, but we access more information, but we are also not compromising the agenda of inclusion. We make sure that we can rely more efficiently on better quality insights, because manual records are more prone to errors. And you have got the opportunity to test for patterns, to test for completeness, and to ensure that you are up to date. So let's imagine a world, here I'm picking one example, and I'm now focusing on KYC, in which the elements to identify a person were somehow coordinated if they are not in one repository. So if you want to get a visa to Dubai, I used to enjoy on the forms, they would say your name, so they will know me. But the way to make sure it's me, they then say your father, and then your mother, and then when the visa comes out, it says Samuel, son of Joseph. In their system, they know which Joseph, right? So they're just trying to identify me. The next time I want to go for the visa application, the moment I put in my IDs, something comes on the screen, Samuel, son of Joseph. And they have Joseph's details there just to identify me. Today, if we were to go to different places, let me pick a few examples. If you went into a pharmacy and you are claiming against your medical aid on your medical aid number, they now use biometrics in the majority of these. The moment you put your biometrics there, they are captured, and the only few questions they're asking you, and they look at you as well, they're trying to check if the picture they have is the same as you. So the use of biometrics. If I'm doing so for my old man, they've got a way to link me with my old man, even as I use my fingerprint. Between the combination of my fingerprint and the medical aid suffix number, they already know I've got rights to do that for him. So that's organized by information systems that they have in their microspace, organized to be accessed by a multiple network of pharmacies and health practitioners. And what I'm really positing here is, can we scale that kind of approach to an industry and interdiscipline approach where we say, just your biometrics. As you walk in, I wish for that, colleagues, I've seen my fellow CEOs that are here, as they come through that branch, and the camera at the gate is showing their face. By the time they get to the counter, they are greeting you by your name. How are you, Mr. Matseket? But besides that, they are very sure I'm dealing with Mr. Matseket. And the withdrawals that are going to happen are with Mr. Matseket. I think it's better than a copy, a physical one, that they will look at, and maybe that copy was when I was younger, because my ID is much more handsome than I am now. But that's what I produce every time, by the way. Despite having less hair now, the ID they have has got more hair. A much more handsome guy. So for them to steal my identity, it's much easier on that paper than when I walk in and biometrics, pull out all this information, ID and verification is done. So if some of these are happening in microspaces, imagine the dividend of escalating these to an industry, to a country, by just infrastructure enabled by technology in the back. It's more convenient for customer, it's cheaper for us, it's more effective, we identify the right person, you are having less manual, less spelling errors. You know, I used to, when I was heading compliance and risk at some point, and I don't know if that's the time we were together, but we would do remediation. Somebody who was fully remediated last year is no longer fully remediated this year. And the reason is there were errors. Somebody put a 5 instead of a 6, and it's a fail. Technology must help us to remove that. So I'm positing here for a proposal that says we have the opportunity in digitalization, we have the opportunity in collaboration to ensure that we are more effective at controlling financial crime. So I will skip some of these. I think I would be repeating. So that's just the case for finance, and you will read it. So some of the key challenges you find when you are fragmented and you are not having interoperability is that we duplicate effort as an industry. And I always tell competitors that, you know what, we can be stiffest of competitors, but let's compete for customers. Let's not compete on baseline technologies. I mean, what's there as an advantage to know him and say I've got full information about him? That must be baseline. We know our customers, but what do we offer them? So identifying financial crime infrastructure, processes, and data as a baseline that we should all cooperate to ensure it's complete and is got more advantages to us, common advantages, than we think we would derive as competitive advantage between ourselves. So when you then look at this one, and again you will see it, at the top there, what I'm exemplifying is the experience of a customer who is having to interact with an insurer, a bank, a payment service provider. Maybe they will go to the deeds. Each of those instances has got a set of things he has got to submit. But what also happens sometimes, depending on what's nearest to them, they submit what's nearest to them. I don't know how many proof of addresses are existing out there. I mean, you must just check for yourselves here. Because you will say, no, they want the bill that is 3 months old. Can you check the bill for the flat? How old is it? Then they will say, the flat is current. Okay, send that one. But they are not staying there, right? It's the convenient thing. So they will have a set of KYC in 5 places, which may not be the same. So that's one disadvantage and fragmentation. Now, when we try to say, let's remediate, and we are using those manual processes, we can only be as good as what we fed in. And if what we fed in is inconsistent, it is difficult. But now compare it with the scenario below that, where there is a way that a customer, once they have brought in up-to-date KYC information to a, let me call him for now, for convenience, a registered entity, which means they are approved to hold data and information and are recognized for KYC. And they then approach the next person and they are trying to buy services. I think if they ask the question, have you registered with this entity? And they say yes, and they say, okay, let me have your biometrics. And you put in your fingerprint and all that information comes out. Can you imagine how much more efficient that is and how much convenience it is? But also, if we control that point, because now we have got the control node and we know its boundaries. If we've got effective controls around that repository, we are even much more comfortable about the accuracy and completeness of that information and without the risk of inconsistencies. That's the picture below there. So it's probably exemplified here, again, or outlined differently, the interface that you have got now as a customer, and we are taking a customer lens on here and say, how much effort do you have to fulfill versus if the alternative was there. And there are use cases that I'm putting across here immediately to say these ones, we think there is an opportunity as private sector if we collaborate. Can you imagine if I comply in terms of my KYC information with one bank, and that information allows me to buy more financial products, what it does to deepening financial markets, to inclusion, but to accessing more products with less effort. I think that it would be a big advantage. There are a few key tenets. Obviously, this is not an open check. I think we have got to have the support of our regulators to make sure that this kind of coordinated, integrated sort of approach has got credibility. We also have got to have ways that the data is verified, and we know that once verified, it has got continuity of value. We need to ensure that there is simplified verification, and invariably, this must also perhaps include biometrics. There is data and privacy considerations to be made, which should inform the way that access, the protocol of access to that information ensures that there is legitimate requirement, and the control of information is done properly. There is also need for control access. It's not everyone and anyone that should then be, accessing every piece of information. And then there is the legal frameworks to support that. So I will go into 3 options, and they are not new. I'm sure that we would have processed them differently, and we would have case studies from a number of countries. But I'm going to give practical ways. They are also not mutually exclusive. It's not like you do one and maybe it prevents you from doing the other. In fact, the more I read these, I see that one can lead to the next. So the first one is, if we could have, as an option, a gateway for access to controlled data, which is controlled by regulators. So under this option, again, you will see this. You have got identified players that have got data, that hold data, and you then say, what regulatory protocol can I have in place, number 1, to accredit them as repositories that are admissible for the purpose. But number 2, to ensure that they themselves are adhering to certain protocol of how they admit customer data, and then the interoperability amongst them. Then you would have the users in that second block, and I've just put there the financial services users, but it could be extended to more users. Between the users and this pool, which is governed by regulation, you have got access protocol, which itself must be recognized in terms of how it should work. And under this one, I think what you would have is almost like a national centralized KYC hub. And it's not meaning that it's necessarily in one server, but it just means that it is under common regulation and meeting common standards, and is having protocol of access, which is also controlled. The features of a centralized KYC hub mean that you have got central storage, even as it may be in a few designated, it's viewed as central. Then you have got ways that is accessed by defined participants, also a defined set of participants. And the benefits there, I think I've been alluding to them. You have got enhanced accuracy, efficiency, and so forth. There is a case study, and I can see that the print there is a bit small. So I will have to open my presentation here. Give me a second. But you will get it, so you shouldn't worry. So this first case study is Nigeria, effectively. So Nigeria, in 2014, started the bank identification number, if you want to call it that, and registered people onto that. And then they also designated the ways that the information would be admitted. It was accompanied by biometrics. Then you would also have players, primarily the interchange switches, plus the central bank. There would be key players there, and then a few private sector players. It has evolved now. They've got a verification ID for diasporans in Nigeria. So if you open an account in Nigeria, you will be given a certain unique identifier, which identifies you. Their data is known behind, but this identifier allows you to transact with people saying, we know you. So it is almost like a federated or a central centralized sort of approach. That's a Nigerian example that you would find there. You would also find they have evolved it over time. When they started in 2013, it was really just to say, can we give people an identification number for purposes of transacting in banks? So it was called bank verification number. That's why, but it has extended to other industries. If you're going to transact for insurance, for other financial services, you can have your BVN fulfill your requirements for KYC. We'll be able to say this policy you bought was bought by this person, and then we go and verify. But another observation you would make is that it has taken them from 2014 to now up to about 60 million customers with BVN. So which means, I would imagine, all of those that are actively using banking system have got a BVN number. You don't have to recreate it each time you go to the next. The second one is an interconnected data approach, which is federated. And excuse my use of certain names there. I thought I should make it relatable. So I've put in some names there, like Zim Switch, I've put in mobile network operators. And so under this one, we are saying that there is data which is sitting in different places, which means it's federated. But through applications programming interface, APIs, you develop protocol that can then go and read into the federated databases and fulfill through what I've put there as a switch, and I've just put Zim Switch, for example. A request comes through the switch, it goes and hunts for the data, pulls it back, brings it back to the requester. Once it's ticked and it's within a controlled framework, KYC done. But the idea is those data repositories themselves must be adhering to a certain minimum standard. One key advantage here is you probably have got a lesser investment because you are relying on people that are there, but it's a bit more effort in terms of admitting and accrediting and making sure that minimum standards are done because you are having to rely on federated arrangements. It also means on an ongoing basis, you've got more people that you are always checking on. You could also have some duplications because we are calling from different repositories. You don't have exact control of those. It might be more difficult. But it's lower investment, quicker to the market. What I have seen in the case studies, for example, the one that we'll look at, which you will read, the Mozambican case study, you will see that this could be a starting point towards something else. So you start by saying, where are we? What can we leverage? Can we allow innovation to bring in the integration protocols, and we access and we leverage? I'm almost done. So this case study here, I think, is Mozambique. Again, for the small print, let me just refer to my... So this one is, so Mozambique, sorry, this is Zambia, so Difat will correct me. So the case study we have for this one is Zambia. We have got a national switch-led kind of approach, and you are using the national switch to allow players that come in to access the various repositories. Key players in there include the Bank of Zambia, but you also have the Zambia Electronic Clearing House, which is why I put a switch in there. Then you have got commercial banks, and collectively then you have got the ways to share the data and collaborate around it. A key observation around this is you would find that the switch becomes a key player, and they themselves are the ones that will need to be prepared to invest a bit more. And then the rest are just doing access protocols through the switch. Now we would have to look at where are we, where would our switch be, what level of investment does it take, because perhaps those are the decision factors we would have to look at. The last one is, sorry, that one was federated, a national switch KYC repository. Sorry, I switched my presentation. I should have, I'm sorry. So the one I was describing is the Zim switch. My eyes are betraying me to the screen. But let me go back to the first one, which is the federated one. So the federated one says every player, in high-level terms, every player goes directly to the repository themselves. So what would be regulated is who are the repositories that are admissible. You don't have a switch, but you're now saying, who do we approve to say if you are interacting and accessing your data from this repository, you are already compliant. It's almost like bilateral and multiple agreements between independent players, which also makes it less efficient. So you will read through these cases. I won't go into detail. I need to just allow time to discuss a bit or to have questions. I wanted to go to the recommendations because as private sector, I think we want to try and give legs to discussions, right? We think that, number one, we have an opportunity today, based on technology developments, to enhance the ways that we manage information which is fed into controlling financial crime, KYC. But I think beyond KYC, even transactions. We're already monitoring suspicious transactions. They are reported to the regulators. Technology can actually help. I mean, if a transaction has been picked as suspicious at one bank, and I'm dealing with that same person at another bank, why shouldn't it benefit me to know that, this person is already picked somewhere, there's a red flag. Then I can also control what's happening in my own backyard. So that's the first one, leveraging technology more effective for KYC, but for control of financial crime. The second one is collaborating, which means infrastructure, data, and processes that we would have to say, in these spaces, we are collaborating. There will also be national agencies that would be involved there. But how can we reach some kind of arrangement that allows us to collaborate? Those that are incurring the cost, I'm sure the market will say, this is how we compensate for the cost. But that collaboration, I'm sure, will bring systemically the risk that we are trying to control down, because you no longer have, escape ways across the industry. The third one is to say, once we have done that, can we also find a way forward? And it may not need to be processed here. That says, how do we now define some steps, practical steps, perhaps starting by saying, where are we? What capabilities do we have? And what are the low-hanging fruits? And then working with our regulators as private sector, what do we think would come in and without creating risk for the environment? We think that if we did that, we'll be more effective as a market going forward. An annotation we put there is we believe the Reserve Bank, or FIU, would be an appropriate, from the regulatory and from the government point of view, would really be the appropriate spaces. Because, number one, they control financial transactions, have oversight of financial crime control upon those transactions, and already have custody of the laws that we are having to comply with, which I shared earlier. So again, this means we would be approaching you, our regulators, to say, in this proposal, how do we move forward? Then we will drive maturity up. The outcomes there are very clear. We will have cheaper transaction costs, reduced cost of compliance. We will have enhanced our compliance levels anyway, reduced the overall risk, which is inherent risk. Just at the level of inherent risk, before we even bring in additional controls, you will have reduced that to a lower level. We will have an enhanced customer experience. I'm sure that our customers in the market would really enjoy it. To walk into, who is my competitor here? CBZ, right? And they are trying to open an account and they are told, based on the information, you seem to already have accounts somewhere. If you are prepared through biometric, we can avoid you filling these forms. And then they do their biometric, bang, okay, you are Sam Matsekete, yes, born this date, yes. You look young on this one I'm looking at, but it is you, all right? And by the way, now you can access 5 products. No form filling with errors. Technology helped us. But again, if they did something digitally, they will also know the digital infrastructure will catch them if they did something that's untoward. And lastly, we will deepen financial services, which is something I'm really passionate about. I have to share this passion. I'm really passionate about deepening financial services, which includes our banking, insurance, and capital markets. Can you imagine, just because you've got a bank account, when you visit a stockbroker and you're trying to say, I don't understand, how do I transact shares? They say, okay, do you have a bank account? Yes, I have a bank account. Did you register this way? Yes. Okay, bang. You have got your details. You have got a broker account. You want to buy. You want to sell. And all is done. Thank you very much. That's my case. I rest it here, but I want to take us forward into any discussion we may have. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Matsekete, for that eye-opening presentation. I'm particularly excited about a reference to technology, its capabilities, the issues of inclusion, expansion of services, the personalization, and so forth. Okay, I was thinking, you know, they say charity begins at home, isn't it? I don't know who needs to know this, but imagine you are a wife and you can use technology to trace where your husband slept, what they have done with the money in the account. Oh, wives, yes. Oh, wow. Okay. So it's also fighting money laundering at home, isn't it? Well, thank you very much for that presentation. Any questions for Mr. Matsekete? Questions, I'll take two so that we move to the next stage. If you will allow me to accommodate new hands, but if we don't have any, I'll still come back to you. Yes, sir? The gentleman was raising his hand. You can proceed. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no microphone there.
Yes. Yeah, I was just waiting for the mic.
That's fine.
So thank you very much. My name is Mauta Blessing from Finmark Trust. I just got excited when Mr. Sem was doing his presentation. And this kind of work is actually in line with what we're also doing at regional level and also working at country level. So maybe in terms of probably a country context, Finmark Trust is an implementing partner for the SADC CCBG through the Payment System Subcommittee. So we are working towards operationalizing the regional EKYC registry. So then this process will then also involve working with member states in terms of establishing the centralized KYC registry, because for the EKYC registry to become operational, it has to start at country level. And I'm happy that the private sector here in Zimbabwe is very vocal and is very much aware ahead in terms of EKYC systems. And I'm happy to hear that Old Mutual is also thinking along those lines. There are other private sector players. So what we just noted is there's kind of a lack of a coordinated approach to drive this process. So I'm happy that Mr. Sem brought in this idea to say there is need for collaboration and probably coming up with a governance structure to drive this process at country level. Okay. So yeah, it's not a question, but just a comment on Mr. Sem's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Any other question or observation? Yes, right at the back. The two of you raised your hands? Oh, okay. You can go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Manette Passon from FTI Consulting in South Africa. I've just got, I think it's more about the practicality of what you are suggesting, and I would like to pose a question based on personal experience. So we've tried putting something like this into place in South Africa, and we've failed miserably. And there have been a number of different initiatives since then to get this in place. And I fully support the initiative and I fully support the growth, because getting a copy of an ID or a proof of address is so long gone that it's actually, I get mad every time my bank asks me that, because it means very little on paper. And I'm not mitigating any real money laundering or terrorist financing risk by producing a certified copy of a printout of my email of a document. So the point I want to make is, how do you propose, in terms of the eKYC registry, who takes ownership of the accuracy and the confidentiality, and then if any manipulations should happen at registry point or level, who will be then held accountable if institutions has relied on that information and have actually acted on that information and it turns out to be fraudulent? I would just like to understand that, because that is one of the things that we battled with.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps the last question? Yes, Sam.
Thank you. Yeah, the presentation was quite eye-opening and very, very brilliant. It's enviable for us to get to the levels which Mr. Masekete was presenting. My question is, have you checked, Mr. Masekete, how far our counterparts in the first world have gone towards achieving this ideal which we are presenting to us, and if there are any countries in the third world which have probably neared what you were presenting? What I'm trying to do is to measure how feasible it is and probably how long it may take for us to get to this ideal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will take those, and then Mr. Matsegete, you're ready to respond? Yeah. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, our colleague from South Africa. It's not easy, but then, I mean, nothing is meant to be easy. That is important. There are cases out there that have not succeeded. There are cases out there that are very good case studies and which we can look at that have succeeded. And success is always relative in terms of where you are coming from. But the question of ownership, I think it depends on what model we would take. And ownership and accountability. So we have to recognize that data is assimilated at different places. We would find banks, for example, maybe they are an admitting agent. Maybe we already have the National Registry Office as an admitting agent. Can you imagine if we get to a stage where when you are getting your ID, immediately biometrics are also registered against your ID, and technology allows that now. And then after that, we are having already two sources to say it's you. We are having the ID itself, but we are having biometrics. So that, I think, will be a distributed ownership, but there has to be a way to say these agents that are admitting the data, there must be minimum standards that remain in place to control quality, but also responsibility to ensure that these minimum standards are being sustained, for which the market should be prepared to pay, because then the market benefits. And then also, I think you share an example to say, you know, we would have tried a number of things. How do you start? Because this is big. I think the natural starting point is to start by scanning where we are. We already have people that are doing certain things. They've got data already. We have already advanced. If I look at our Home Affairs, for example, we are way ahead of certain markets. I visited one country, and when they were describing to me the national registration process and how things work there, I said, whoa, we don't have that. No one will ever think I've got some two IDs, you know? So we're already having to scan and say, this is where we are, and it's now digitalized, and there's a lot of progress already being made. So I think that based on where we are, we can say what's the next natural step which makes us, which enhances our positioning. And we travel that journey. I think the main thing is intentionality and then clarity of what we are wanting to see in the end state so that the coordination and synchronization is clear in the efforts. Otherwise, people just go all over the place. I would say let's probably focus on where do we want to get to, where are we? In between, it's the natural steps of saying, are we traveling, starting with the low-hanging fruits, but these efforts leading us to that direction. And it's not an overnight journey. I have confidence that this is possible, if you ask me. Not only based on other cases, but based on how I scan where we are as Zim. Our population is not as big. Okay, so if some markets did it and they managed to register 66 million, we are only a third of that population. We could do everyone here in Zim and then know that we know them. Then do we have examples from first world and so forth? So my interactions perhaps maybe through travel, and when I get to immigration and I go in and I come out, and the next time I come in, the experience I get in certain jurisdictions tells me that these people are intentional about how they manage this data. Because they will know you, they will even tell you where you shopped. They will even know when I claimed my VAT, that I claimed some VAT from this shop. The other time, coming out of Dubai, I mean, Dubai is one market, right? So in Dubai, if you get the SIM card, and then you've got your bank card, and you transact at a place, immediately they are starting to know where you are. You know? They will even know, they will tell you you were there, you went to that place, and you went to that place. They will tell you. And then when something fun is about to happen, is it you doing this? But it's at the national level. They will actually want to protect you, to say, we are seeing this activity on this, but we thought it wasn't you because you were just the other side of town a few minutes ago. So it's intentionality. I think the various countries are in various places. But when I look at where we are as Zim, I think that it's an opportunity not to be missed, to take that natural next step and really just enhance, because we've got the pieces already. I shared the one on medical. There are other examples in our country, you know. So I think there are examples, and there are also examples of failures, definitely. Yeah, and like I explained to you, one country was trying to say there are multiple IDs for one person. We now want to introduce a third one, which is one ID. Then I said, but how did you get to having multiple IDs in the first place? It's because of how they were managing things. If you got a driver's license before you were having a certain ID, that driver's license is admitted, but now the driver's license is not national, but it was allowing you to transact. Now we need to know you properly. But you've got a driver's license in something else. So, but I think ours is much better a starting point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Matseketi. Thank you very much. Thank you for fielding the questions as well. So I'm just noting DG as well and our acting RBZ governor that these discussions are also maybe pointing to how we generate, we govern and protect data. Let me drop in one more acronym that you would have missed maybe, PII. How many of us are aware of what PII is in relation to what we are talking about? PII, yes, sir? You are close, you are very close. Let's give him a round of applause. It's very, very close. It's personal and identifiable information, PII. So please, when you add this acronym to your reports, you can put in something that this is by JM. Yeah, okay. So it's about how we share our personal identifiable information, because so much happens around your information. When you log on to a website, when you want to do something and it says, can you fill in this? Do you accept terms and conditions and so forth? Sometimes we do it unknowingly because we want to move to the next step. You are filling in a visa form or something, and these things come about, and you just say, okay. Do you want to log in, use your Gmail, your Google account? You say, okay, and they are taking all your information that you entered through Google, and it's passed on to the next user. So these are the issues that we need to put into consideration, because when we talk of fraud, when we talk of cloning and other related cyber crimes, those who commit these crimes use information that is being fed onto the World Wide Web. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with our program, and at this juncture, we want to have a panel discussion that will be led by our moderator, Ms. Vanevola Otieno. She's a financial sector expert with SMLAG, and so I'm going to kindly invite her to come to take the microphone and lead us into the panel discussion on how Zimbabwe can achieve high levels of effectiveness in the application of AML CFT, preventive measures, including risk assessments, CDD, BO, PEPs, EDD, TFS. Okay, Ms. Otieno, it's over to you. Let's give her a round of applause and make her comfortable.
So thank you, JM. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Receive warm greetings from Dar es Salaam. Our Executive Secretary sends her regards. All right, before we start this session, before I joined the Secretariat, I was Kenyan. If you know, you know. And in Kenya, we are known for several things, several good things. One of them is we are very good in racing. We do very well in marathons. So I'd like to ask, if you have a race where you have 3 participants, you have criminals, you have the private sector, and you have the regulator, who wins this race? Who wins this race? Or who's number 1, who's number 2, who's number 3? I only have 1 hour. Who wins this race? Yes, please. The one who? Please use your...
I said the one who practices more.
Please stick to the 3, yes. Yes, the criminal is always ahead, right? Who's number 2? Oh. Who's number 2? The private sector, right? Who's number 3? The regulator. Add FATF to the race. Now you have 4 players. Who's number 1? Who's number 2? Who's number 3? Who's number 4? You have the FATF. FATF is number 4? Okay, with the private sector, you have your financial institutions, and then you have your DNFBPs. Who's number 1? Who's number 2? Good. So in today's session, we'll be seeking to find ways in which Zimbabwe can ensure that they receive high levels of effectiveness during their mutual evaluations. And as we've been having discussions the whole week, you've done a lot of work. But effectiveness is not about activity, right? Effectiveness is not about output. Effectiveness is about, what's the difference between output and outcome? We've had this PPSD. What's the output and what's the outcome? Output is the numbers, right? So Oliver will be saying it was oversubscribed. So it was highly successful, right? But the assessors will be asking, what did it achieve? What was the outcome? Did you receive more STRs after the PPSD? But were the STRs quality STRs or defensive STRs? And if you say they are quality STRs, how do you measure that? My friends at the FIU, how do you measure quality? We've kicked off our ME, right? We are doing really well. So to help us unpack today's session, I will be inviting on stage the people who are in the race, so the regulators as well as the private sector. So because we indicated the private sector comes first, I'll start by inviting Garfield on stage. Please give him a round of applause. The next one will be Sandra, followed by Tatenda. Then now we'll have our regulators. We'll start with James from the Reserve Bank, Moses from the Law Society, and Kuda. I'm sorry, in my other life, I'm a feminist. And I've realized we only have one lady on stage and I am blocking her. So I'll ask that we change how we are sitting. So she'll sit in the middle. Kuda will sit behind me. So we'll start with where DFAT left us. So remember, the next round of evaluation is risk-based. If you just look at the methodology and try and find out how many times risks is mentioned, it's pretty quite a number of times. So is our regime risk-based? And how do we get to package, or how do we get to demonstrate that actually our regime is risk-based? So have we identified our risks? Have we assessed them? Can we say that we do understand our risks? And in this assessment round, it is expected that supervisory actions drive compliance. So the first question is to our supervisors, and we have 3, so each of them will have to take the question. So Kuda, from your standpoint, how well do our regulators in ZIM understand the actual ML, TF, PF risks in their sectors that you supervise? And is that understanding shaping supervision? Are you now focusing more where the risks lie, or do you still spread oversight evenly across everyone? And it's how you package it. So let's go.
Okay. Thank you, Vanivola, for that question. So yes, I can confirm that in Zimbabwe, our competent supervisory authorities and self-regulatory bodies, SRBs, implementing risk-based supervision, both is a requirement and is derived from recommendation 26 and 28, which requires supervisors to develop risk profiles. So supervisors, before they do anything, they have to develop risk profiles as per the recommendations. And as a result, for you to come up with a risk profile, you need to have had a national risk assessment. You should have also have done sectorial risk assessment. So I can confirm that our supervisors are implementing risk-based supervision. And just maybe also to comment on your opening remarks, where you were saying the assessment this time around is going to be outcomes-based. And it's something that we are monitoring, also reviewing. I think 3 countries so far have been assessed using the new methodology. We have Latvia, we have Belgium, and we have Malaysia. And going through their reports, it's quite clear that it's now outcomes-based. But at the same time, supervisors are going to be assessed against 4 core issues: 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, and 3.6. 3.1, they're talking of market entry controls to prevent criminals from controlling reporting entities. And if you look at the way it's worded, it's more like rules-based, right? Because you have to do these things. Then 3.2, that's the one you alluded to. It's one on risk-based approach, where they say we should identify, understand, and promote a shared understanding amongst all the supervisors. And we have done that. Then the third one, they are saying supervisors should monitor and supervise reporting entities to increase compliance. And if you look at how it has been assessed so far in those 3 countries, it's more like output-based now, because they are saying, give us the numbers. How many inspections have you done? How many training workshops have you done? And stuff like that. Then lastly, they are saying, demonstrate positive impact under 3.6, and linked to that, are you applying remedial actions and or sanctions, which is more of outcome-based. So our approach in Zimbabwe has been that, let's start with 3.6. Let's start with demonstrating impact of our supervisory activities, which is outcome-based. But for you to be successful there, you should clearly define the parameters of what the outcomes you want. Then you work from that. You gave an example of this workshop. So as a team, we had to sit down and say, what are the outcomes? What are those metrics? Then we had to write them down, and then at the end, obviously, we measure against that. So in an effort to have those outcomes, we have a number of initiatives in Zimbabwe. I think we have 11 supervisors in Zimbabwe, and we are well coordinated in my view. We meet at least 4 times a year, and in one of those meetings, we go off-site for a week, where we exchange ideas. And for the last 2 years, we've been conducting peer reviews, where we assess each other. And we have produced reports, and where supervisors are lacking, and coming back to your question on risk-based approach, we have actually highlighted those issues, and the same findings have been shared with their principals. And I can say we've also reached out to the boards of these CSAs and SRBs, and we have had good outcomes as far as addressing all those issues. So to go back to your question, yes, we are implementing risk-based supervision across all the supervisors.
That's a very good response, but the good thing is he's not the only supervisor, so he's wowed the assessor. So the assessor is of the view that FIU 90%, let's say 98%, so let's see if we'll add 2% or we'll deduct. So the other supervisor, please take the same question.
Oh, thank you very much. All protocols observed. So I'm coming from the bank. I'm a banking sector supervisor, having been designated as a competent supervisory authority, that is bank supervision. Was in 1st of January 2023. Prior to this, it was then the role was being conducted by FIU. So in terms of the subject matter, just like what Kuda has just alluded to, we do, yes, conduct sectorial risk assessments, but what then begins, we begin with understanding the institution. So in terms of the risk-based supervision framework, and what we do have the outcome there is actually having an institutional profile which speaks, that is individual institution for our reporting entities, predominantly the banking institutions. In that information, it really gives it profiles in terms of the organization itself, the background, the shareholding structure. It also speaks to the risk profile of the institution. So in terms of all our supervisory activities, we do conduct on a quarterly basis risk assessments that is based on off-site information which is submitted by our reporting institutions, and we do then communicate the outcome of those assessments to the institutions as necessary, depending on the results of our evaluation. We also require and leverage on our reporting institutions. We rely on the assurance functions, that is the risk departments, the internal audits, and the compliance. They do on a regular basis submit reports to us, that is ALM safety related. And you've said it is a requirement that as soon as they finish a report, it should then be submitted to the Reserve Bank. At the time the report is shared to the boards of the banking institutions. We do also, it's a requirement that our institutions do submit to us the institutional risk assessments on a yearly basis, which then we are then subject to evaluation and just to understand the risk profiles of the institution in terms of what is the inherent risks, as well as the adequacy of the internal, the compliance program, and then the strategies thereof in terms of the residual risks arising from that. I can stop here.
The last regulator.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. All protocols observed. So as the Law Society, we're the regulator for the legal profession in Zimbabwe. I'm happy to announce that I think we're the first competent authority, self-regulating body to sign an MOU with the FIU around 2019. Of your seniors participated in the 2019 National Risk Assessment. As a starting point, I think from the risk-based approach is that it's a cascading approach where you have the national risk assessment, then you have the sectoral risk assessment, then institutional risk assessment. These are the tools that we use in trying to implement that. Writing on what my colleague has just said is we also then profiled the reporting entities or the law firms, then we understand what they offer, their services, and the level of vulnerability of risks that are intended. Then we use the institutional risk assessment then to design our supervisory activities based on the risk levels. So yes, we implemented the risk-based approach. Uniquely to say for the Law Society, I think with the instrument from the prudential side of things, in the region, I think we are far ahead with our peers because we are only the one way our lawyers, they are required actually to submit annual CPD points, 4 points, because for their renewal relicensing, they are supposed to accumulate 12 CPD points. So it's a requirement that among the 12 CPD points, one should present 4 CPD points from AML CFT training, which is something that we found to enable, to involve in terms of understanding the risk issues, but also communicate even the results of the National Risk Assessment is recently launched by the National Task Force. We also then require our reporting entities to sign, acknowledge that they have received and read. They also understand, also combined trainings, which is something that is very significant. Of late, also FIU managed to do us a favor by training the highest decision-making body, which is the council. They've also started to demonstrate that they understand what is it that required as far as anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism is concerned. So even our budgets, as far as ML CFT activities, are fully supported at that highest level. So we are much happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you with that. And I noticed you're the only one who linked national risk assessment to your risk assessments and how they drive supervisory action. Remember, they all flow. So starting from the national risk assessment, now feeding to your supervisory action. So they need to talk to each other. Now going to our reporting entities, I'll start with Garfield from the bank. So Garfield, just tell us how your bank is translating its risk assessments into day-to-day practice, and how do you measure that your risk-based controls are actually working effectively?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So myself hailing from the banking sector and also representing my institution, my supervisor, you heard him saying reporting entities, I'm one of the reporting entities. So with regards to the risk-based approach and also the risk assessments, we actually take notes, or maybe the national risk assessment acts as our Bible with regards to how we then formulate our institutional risk assessments as a banking institution and also as an institution. So drawing lessons from the national risk assessment, we then try to realign our institutional risk assessment, and that will then inform how we address our compliance program. So you will find out that there are aspects to do with transaction monitoring where we have systems, you have to develop scenarios. So by understanding the level of risk the country is exposed to, and also trying to understand the level of risk your institution is exposed to, that will actually help you to couch, like to divert efforts. You will see where to divert most of your resources through a risk-based approach. So with regards to the effectiveness of controls, I think there are a number of tools that we use, because an institutional risk assessment, if it is well written by someone who can write, it is a very beautiful document. But what then left is, are you even understanding the document itself? I think my regulators can testify that they see a lot of documents, but trying then to ask the institutions about the contents of those documents, they may be, I think, divorced from the reality. So what you then need to do is like to operationalize your institutional risk assessment. You assessed your risk, or first you identified and then you assessed, and the level of risk maturity as an organization, you understood your risk you are exposed to. That then will help you couch your controls and actually evaluate how effective are your controls. So we then actually rely on external parties such as our regulators. They are also the ones who then actually stress test our controls. For example, when we report suspicious transaction reports, remember I said transaction monitoring actually stems from the risks you are then facing as an institution, derived from the predicate offenses you had borrowed from the national risk assessment. So when you report suspicious transactions, amongst your STRs, how many can be said are quality, or how many can be disseminated to the law enforcement agencies? I think this is also one of the aspects. Then internally, as an organization, you also need to assess the risk maturity of the staff in the organization, from right from the top, from the board, up to the most junior employee. So you need to assess the changes in behavior, the changes in risk understanding, because the expectation is that after you conducted your institutional risk assessment, you then share the results, as well as the results of the national risk assessment with the stakeholders. So the level of risk maturity in an organization actually tells you if you are actually doing more, because we believe training is one of the controls we have. Then we do have also other assurance functions that include audit and also the risk departments. So all those also actually help us to also stress test our controls. We then, as a compliance function, or as compliance functions in various banks, are also audited by audit departments. And so you have to assess the level of recurrence of what? Of AML-related deficiencies. If then you are inspected this year and the same issue comes up for the next 5 years of inspections, it means somewhere you are losing it, and your controls do not actually speak to the risk you are exposed to. So actually, I think at this particular moment, let me stop here.
So thank you for that, but unfortunately, since you've been longest on the race, you get a follow-up question. So you've indicated that the risk assessments inform your compliance program, but we also know that we do a risk-based approach because we do not have unlimited resources. And I've heard you mention transaction monitoring a lot. So I'd ask you, in terms of resource allocation, based on your risks between onboarding and transaction monitoring, where are your resources concentrated?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, yeah, thank you very much for that. So with regards to resource allocation, you find out that I think I actually touched on diverting more efforts to where the risk lies. But actually, of late, we are learning also another aspect to say the risk-based approach doesn't mean you have to neglect the low-risk profiles. But then all those significant efforts should then be diverted to areas where the risk, most of the risk lies. After you have done your institutional risk assessment, you have the category of customers that do then pose excessive risk to your organization. You then have to concentrate more efforts to those. But there's also a risk of neglecting low-risk classes and low-risk profiles, because if you then neglect them, who knows? We said an institutional risk assessment is like an evolving program. You cannot just say we did an institutional risk assessment and we are done. You have to actually continuously assess your risk as you go on a day-to-day business, as you monitor transactions. So those low-risk profiles, those low-risk customers, those low-risk geographies can then evolve into high risk without you looking at them, while you are then concentrated to the only high risk. But we are saying most of the effort should then be diverted to areas where most of the risk lies.
So between onboarding and TM, where are your resources concentrated?
We would say we want to guard the gate before it is penetrated. So most of our efforts are then concentrated on the onboarding part.
Thank you.
Because if we then guard against onboarding criminals and stuff, we might actually have control over the transactions.
All right. So now I was worried if you told me TM, transaction monitoring, I'd have imagined that you allow everyone to come in and then you rely on your ability to detect. But we need to have a lot of controls around preventive measures first. So we move to EcoCash. So with so many transactions and such a diverse customer base, how do you identify, understand, and prioritize your risks? And as you apply the risk-based approach, what tells you that your efforts are actually effective?
All right, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and all protocols observed. So what we do is we categorize the risks so that we focus on risk categories at a time. We categorize the risks firstly by geography. So geography categorizes Zimbabwe into rural areas, urban areas, mining towns, and border towns. So quoting the findings from the NRA, automatically that means border towns are high-risk areas because of smuggling, mining towns are high-risk areas because of illegal gold trading or illegal trading in precious stones. So what we then do is we focus on customers and transactions in those areas. Then we also move to transactions. So we have quite a lot of transactions, and definitely those transactions do not bear the same level of risk. There are certain use cases that definitely bear a higher risk than others. So we also then focus on those transactions that bear the highest level of risk. So by categorizing those risks, it means we can identify high-risk areas per section, and we focus more resources on those high-risk areas. And I can say that this has been effective because once we manage to identify the risk, we then implement controls or mitigatory measures. That's where we also do our compliance monitoring. We have teams on the ground, they monitor the levels of compliance, they monitor if there's any non-compliance. And we have seen the results effectiveness, not us as compliance, because compliance, we cannot mark our own work, but we have seen the effectiveness through assurance reports, that is our both internal and external audit. So once there's a finding this year, we get on the ground, we identify the risk, we put in mitigations. The next time there's an audit, we find either that issue has been transferred from a high risk to a medium risk or to a low risk, or the issue has been closed altogether. So we then know that our approach is effective. That's how we do it as EcoCash.
Thank you for that. And he actually touched on a very important point. Once you've identified your risks, you've put in controls, the risk needs to reduce. If the risk is not reducing, it means your controls are not effective. But that also applies to your national risk assessment. So you've done a risk assessment, you know what your risks are, but what is it resulting in, the controls you've put in place? Are you having stronger institutions? Are you able to close the vulnerabilities based on the control framework that you have in place? So as you revise your national risk assessment, those are some of the factors you need to consider. Now we move to the DNFBP, our newest kid on the block, but the one we have here seems to be very highly effective. How is your sector improving its understanding of risk? Have you developed any insights from the work that you do? And what does a risk-based approach look like in your daily practice?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. All protocols observed. It's always harder to speak last as the only lady on the panel, but probably it's an advantage. So my question is focusing on improving understanding of risk. As indicated, I'm representing the DNFBPs, but just for context's sake, I'm also a lawyer, so I'll also be speaking on behalf of the legal profession. So for you to be able to improve your understanding of risk, you need to first of all identify the type of risk, or to identify high-risk areas. From the latest NRRA, the real estate sector and the car dealers were identified as high-risk areas. So that obviously is a starting point. As a property and transactional lawyer, we also notice, or we also find clients coming in, dealing in properties. Also, maybe they could be having a full bag of cash, or maybe $5 million, or could it be $1 million? So we need to identify the risk to start with, so for us to be able to improve the risk. Secondly, for us to be able to improve our understanding of risk, there have been ongoing trainings. For lawyers, there have been trainings by the Law Society, as well as the Financial Intelligence Unit. So in terms of these trainings, for lawyers, the training that we usually have is on risk and compliance every year. If you don't manage to attend this particular training, then obviously your PC, your practicing certificate, won't be renewed for the upcoming year. So there's trainings. Apart from that, there are also internal trainings. It's also mandatory for an entity to have an anti-money laundering compliance officer. So that also helps general employees in understanding or improving our understanding of risk. And then touching on the next part on risk-based approach. So as I said, the initial example that I gave, that as a lawyer, I can also find a client coming in, pulling a suitcase full of cash. I need to understand the source of funds. I need to know who you are, where you are coming from. Are you a politically exposed person? If you're a politically exposed person, once I identify that, you could be a high-risk individual. Not saying all politically exposed persons could be high risk, but potentially, it's also expected they could be high risk. Then from there, I need to understand the source of funds. After understanding the source of funds, then we also move further. We can now conduct our enhanced due diligence, and we request for the sufficient or relevant documentation to support that. And as lawyers also, most of the times, we tend to have complex structures. An individual can also come to me and say, I don't want to be a trustee. Can you proceed and be a trustee on my behalf? So I need to carry out enhanced due diligence to see whether that works or not. And also, there's also an aspect of ongoing monitoring. So we need to monitor also the level of risk. Is it still high risk? Are we maintaining a high risk? Or it's also interchanging high risk, medium risk, and also going to the lower risk. So we also need to work on solutions. As initially indicated, our focus on this is not just output, but the relevant outcomes at the end of the day. With this, I guess I can also rest my case in the meantime.
Please give her a round of applause. I hope you are already picking the type of people you'll be giving your assessors to have conversations with. So now we understand our risks. Is DFAT confident? Do we understand our risks? To what extent? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. To what extent do we understand our risks? Use the methodology language. Substantial is good. So now we understand our risks, but the real test is how we now apply this risk understanding to KYC. In FATF methodology, it's called CDD. And the thorny issue in KYC is how do we identify beneficial owners? And for most reporting entities, they indicate if you do not have a central registry, then they are unable to identify beneficial owners. But that is not true because you use a multi-pronged approach to identify your BOs. So for a jurisdiction that still has the central registry developing, I have this question for the supervisors. How are you guiding reporting entities to adopt the multi-pronged approach? And how are you assessing whether CDD measures in practice are robust enough to uncover the true owners and/or controllers behind legal entities and individuals at times? We start with CUDA. No, we start with RBZ, then the DNFBP supervisor, then we finish with CUDA.
Thank you very much. So as Bank Supervision Division, we issued ALM-CFT CPF guideline number 1 of 2025 BSS FS. The guideline is applicable to banking and microfinance institutions, and it is effective 1 June 2025. The whole idea behind it was to facilitate a consistent approach in the implementation of ALM-CFT obligations and adoption of regional as well as international standards by reporting institutions. So the requirement to identify ultimate beneficiary owners of legal entities is provided for in the guideline. That is on page 21. The paragraphs there is from paragraph 3.37 to paragraph 3.42. As the competent supervisory authorities, we do assess the effectiveness of CDD measures through our ongoing supervisory programs, and this obviously it includes the conduct of on-site examinations. So the on-site examinations, they do take various forms. It can be purely targeted to the subject matter, or it can be part of a comprehensive full scope examination. We also then, like I alluded to, leverage on the work as well as the reports from our reporting institutions' assurance functions, the internal audit reports, the risk reports, as well as the compliance reports. Thank you.
And I like the fact that you mentioned a document. All this that we are discussing here really sounds good. But remember, for assessors, it's not just about the stories. Have you documented it somewhere? If it's not documented, it does not exist. So we proceed to the next supervisor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. As the Law Society, apart from the trainings that we do, and also we write on directives that was issued by the Director of FIU on UBO, where we're required. In terms of the Act, yes, it's a requirement even in our supervisory activities to the law firms. We guide them in terms of what is it that they are required to do. if you check the Act, provides that as much as UBO should be central registry, the Mode Promise approach requires them also to keep the details themselves. So as they interface with the clients, they are required to collect the information on them and keep them. So in terms of the Act, they are required to keep that data for 5 years. So sometimes we also then encourage them to show us evidence that they verified, because sometimes the issue is how do they verify? Do we have the address in terms of is access to the central registry? So those are the tests that we do as we engage in our on-site inspections. But so far, happy. Yes. Of course, keeping records on what actions they do to show that they verified is something that they've not been doing, but we're happy with the progress, especially among the big firms. They've shown that they also have systems. They are accredited with international law firms. There is also a requirement, so that you're happy. We are also in the process of finalizing a draft on that aspect as a directive so that we'll share with the market. I think we should be able to do that before the year end, and I'm happy that so far we've been applying what has been shared by the FIU, which we think is adequate, and also the various acts that we use currently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vanovola, for the question. So I think as a country, maybe I'll start off at country level. So we have a good legal framework. As we indicated earlier on, we are largely compliant or compliant with most of the requirements. And as far as preventive measures are concerned, I think we are compliant with all the applicable recommendations, which is a start, because we have the legal framework. Then we've also set up a subcommittee that focuses on beneficial ownership at national task force level, which focuses on beneficial ownership, and it helps, because their role is to make sure that, we cross the line as far as BO requirements are concerned, both for competent authorities and the private sector. And for your information, as a demonstration of the PPP arrangement we have in Zim, that particular subcommittee is chaired by someone from the private sector. It's chaired by a compliance officer who is coming from a bank, which demonstrates that we work closely with the private sector. And it helps because we end up getting useful insights on the challenges they are facing on the other side. Then the registry office, also as indicated by Moses, is automated and is the process of populating the automated register. But as we indicated, there are various sources. And then we go on to raise awareness on how reporting entities can collect BO information and go on to verify through a number of initiatives. I'll focus on DNFPPs because as FIU, we focus more on DNFPPs, and we have delegated the supervision of FIs to their respective CSAs. So we raise awareness through various forms, and over the years, we've come up with innovative ways of making sure that we get the message across. For example, we now have a YouTube channel where we upload explainer videos, where we come up with explainer videos on how they can apply, preventive measures across the various requirements like CDD. We also have webinars. So whenever, it's now a practice, whenever we issue a directive as FIU, we immediately follow up that directive with a webinar. And right now, we average about 1,000 individuals who dial in for those webinars, and they'll then be uploaded on the YouTube channel. We are now on WhatsApp. We have a WhatsApp channel as well, which we'll be using to disseminate information. So we use various methods to make sure that the message is sent across via education and training. In addition to that, we've noticed that one of the most effective tools we have are inspections. If you go on and inspect, you have more time with the reporting entity, and in the process you'll be educating them or making them aware of their requirements. And also just to highlight, as far as DNFPPs are concerned, it's a journey. Just like banks and non-bank financial institutions, it was a journey, and we are on that journey. And I'm happy that regional and global players are coming on board. So I'll just give an example of when we were grey listed and we were trying to inspect the big 4 accounting firms. Their SA offices called us. They were saying, why are you requiring us to comply with AML safety requirements? And we were saying, no, it's a requirement according to our MLPC Act and all that. And they said, no, there's no such requirement. Why? because in South Africa, they had not yet commenced risk-based supervision. So Zimbabwe started ahead of South Africa. And as you are aware, most of the companies that are big in Zim are, are subsidiaries of SA companies. So it was a challenge for them to understand where we are coming from. But since South Africa has closed the gap in the last 2 years, it has actually helped us now. And the other challenge is that we have global, other countries globally that are lagging behind. Like if you compare recommendation 22, 23, and 23, Zimbabwe versus US, Zimbabwe is on top. Because US is lagging behind as far as those recommendations for DNFBPs. So it follows, therefore, that DNFBPs, law firms, accounting firms that are working out of the US or Australia or countries like Israel that are still lagging behind as far as those 3 recommendations are concerned, we will struggle a bit. But I think we've devised various methods to make sure that they get the message. And we've also noticed that it's critical that we don't just engage compliance officers. Those compliance officers, we speak the same language. But then we reach out to the CEOs. We reach out to their boards. So whenever we get a request to train boards, we jump, right? We go on and we train those institutions, because we notice once we engage at that level, we then get buy-in. So those are some of the initiatives we have taken to make sure that reporting entities are aware of their requirements and go on to implement their requirements.
So thank you for that, Kuda. When I was still working for the reporting entities, there was this maxim of you look at the host and home country requirements and you apply the stricter. So if you're still trying to beg the DNFBPs to comply because they are coming from jurisdictions that do not have stricter laws, that will not be an excuse during your mutual evaluation. So just take note. I'll proceed to the reporting entities, and I'll start with our lawyer. So lawyers often sit at the very source of ownership structures, whether you're setting up companies, trusts, or property transactions. So that gives you both a responsibility and an opportunity. So the question is, how are you applying CDD in your sector to look beyond the client in front of you and identify the real beneficial owner behind a company or property transaction? And given that you sometimes create or manage these structures, what safeguards do you have to avoid unwittingly enabling opacity? Can you show us examples of how your sector is using professional judgment or other information sources to compensate for the gaps in the BO registry? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To start with, I think as individuals, you also know that what you see, a client can also come in, but they are not what they really are. So there's need for you to really consider customer due diligence to start with. So for lawyers, what we usually do is, when a client comes through, before onboarding, we ensure that they complete a KYC form. With the KYC form, they need to notify us who they are, their purpose, the purpose of the transaction, the nature of the transaction as well. If it's a government official, they need to notify us whether they're a government official or not. If it's a company, they also need to bring the relevant documentation. And also, if it's a company, they need to provide either a certificate of incorporation, memorandum and articles of association. They also need to provide the register of directors. So that is the starting point. So like I said, somebody or an individual or a company can also just portray who they are not. So that's just a starting point. So the next thing that you're supposed to request for are the other relevant documentation, such as the shareholder agreement, the loan agreements, as well as the resolution. So a resolution usually speaks to the person that authorizes a particular transaction. So it can say Mr. Moyo is the one who authorizes this particular transaction, is the director or is the shareholder of the company. But obviously maybe Mr. Moyo is non-existent. So what is the next stage? Then you need to verify
verify. You need to go to the company registry and verify who is the ultimate beneficial owner. So when you get to the company registry, check the relevant share registers. And if you see that there's a shareholder that owns about 25%, then that person should also be on the resolution. So you need to cross-check to be so sure before you proceed, because what an individual is, probably that's not who they really are. So that's the starting point. And when it comes to lawyers, and individuals can also come to you and say, I want you to be a director, or I want you to be a trustee in that particular entity, but probably they are also participating in money laundering. So as a lawyer, you're also not allowed to collaborate when it comes to that. So in as much as there's an aspect of confidentiality, still you need to proceed and report if you deem that transaction to be a suspicious transaction. So illegal transactions for lawyers is a no-no. And also, when it comes to perpetrators, we should also ensure that perpetrators do not walk scot-free. That's the second part. And then the last aspect that was spoken about is the professional judgment and other sources. So like I said before, sometimes it's really hard to see that this person is indeed participating in money laundering. So professional judgment, someone can come up with an ID. That ID can have that person's face, but not necessarily his ID. So an individual can come and claim that maybe they are 30 years old, but you can actually see that person could be 60 years old. So you need to look closely and see whether that person is indeed saying the truth or not. And also when it comes to politically exposed people, you need to also verify from other sources. You need to check if it's an international client, you need to verify on the world check. If it's a local client, you need also to verify whether this person is a politically exposed person or not, and then you carry out your customer due diligence. If it's meant to be an enhanced due diligence, then you proceed and carry out the enhanced due diligence, because who people portray they are, they might not be who they are actually. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oh, we are really running behind time. So I proceed to EcoCash. EcoCash, the environment you operate in is very fast and high volume. So how do you get behind beneficial ownership of accounts and or agents? And do your systems detect hidden or suspicious ownership? Please take like 3 minutes only.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I see we are not doing 2 on time, so I'll just be fast. All right, so I'll start with the onboarding process. So the onboarding process is a secure and robust 4-step process. The first 2 steps, they are a maker checker process for collecting the documents, which are then uploaded in the system. So the uploaded documents, they are then reviewed manually one by one, and then the 4th person will then create the account. So what we then do is we also collect a beneficial mandate form where we ask the companies to declare who their beneficial owners are, and also that is supported by other company documents, the usual CRC, bank statements, tax clearance certificates, and then we also take it a step further by validating the ID numbers against the Registrar General's database. So if the ID is fake or invalid, it will immediately be flagged. And then as an extra layer of assurance, funds that flow into mobile money for companies, they are usually liquidated to the bank. So the moment the name that you present to us does not match the name on the bank statement or on the bank account that you've provided, funds will not be liquidated. So the 2 names of the entities should match. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We proceed to the banks. So for the bank that's represented, what tools do you use to verify beneficial ownership?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to beneficial ownership, I think it's also one of the topical issues. You hardly spend a week without hearing the word. So with regards to how we then collect beneficial ownership information in the absence of maybe an accessible database, we as financial institutions, we then actually make customers fill in declarations of beneficial ownership information. So on top of that, as part of our KYC processes, we then collect company documents, common registration documents, and amongst those documents, there are also share certificates or beneficial ownership information certificates that then tell us the voting rights, the shareholding percentages and stuff. So actually it's one way we then collect, and then Besides just collecting the information and also making the customer maybe feel in, we also make use of the public media. Like, you know, some of the companies, you just search a company, you actually see it is aligned to a certain individual, but then if you then maybe look at the company documents or the declarations, the individuals might not be there. So that also gives you an insight into maybe probing further. Then I think with regards to the actual beneficial owners, we have identified them as financial institutions, they have come, but also we have to go an extra layer in trying to also verify if maybe they are real people. So we also, as financial institutions, are integrating, some have already done, including my institution, integrating with the Registrar General's database to verify the IDs, just in line like what she was indicating. Then also the companies actually did a meeting with the Bankers Association of Zimbabwe, where they then demonstrated how banks can verify information of submitted by customers on their portal in the ongoing like electronic registration process. So actually some other banks are doing API configurations, and one of the institutions is my institution also. We are actually almost done with the initial phase. So after we have then identified and verified all the beneficial owners, and then we are happy as an institution, that's when we then are on board.
Thank you for that. So we've now seen that effective CDD does not just stop with collecting names. It's about knowing who's truly behind the transaction or the account that's being opened. But sometimes the issue isn't about hidden ownership. It's about visible power. Enters who? Enters who into the WhatsApp group? PEPs. So politically exposed persons, PEPs, remain one of the trickiest areas for reporting institutions everywhere. So the FATF is not telling you don't deal with PEPs. It's asking you to know what you're doing when you're dealing with them. And that means applying EDD, enhanced due diligence. So for ZIM, how do we show that we have assessed, we have identified, assessed, and understand the risk of dealing with PEPs? So I'll start with the supervisors. I'll start with Kuda, because I know this is really close to him. So regulators often walk a very fine line, ensuring that institutions take PEP risks seriously, but also without encouraging de-risking or unfair exclusion. So how are you guiding financial institutions and DNFBPs to apply a genuinely risk-based approach to PEPs that differentiates between foreign PEPs, domestic PEPs, and international organization PEPs, and not just focusing on title, but on risks? And from an effectiveness point of view, how do you assess whether EDD on the PEPs is uncovering risk rather than just triggering extra paperwork for the reporting institutions? So we start with Kuda, then we'll go to the DNFBP, and then we'll finish with the Reserve Bank.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start off with the BO. As Garfield was explaining, there was an afterthought there. So in Zimbabwe, according to our legislation, it allows reporting entities to have access, like what he indicated. And efforts have already started for banks to have, access to the automated system, which is a positive story. As you heard earlier on from Momo, in South Africa, access is only to competent authorities. But in Zim, according to our legislation, we've gone a step further, and we've allowed reporting entities to have access. If you look at the standards do not require necessarily for reporting it to have access. They just say competent authority. So this is a very positive development. And reporting entities have taken the initiative, especially banks, again using a risk-based approach for them to have access through APIs, which is quite a good development. Then moving on to PEPs. I don't know why you said this is close to me. I'm not going to be classified as a PEP after this. But yes, so if you look at our legislation, it requires reporting entities to identify PEPs in line with the recommendation 12. But then if you look at our legislation right now, it's more stringent than the standard. So what we have done, we've given guidance. So our guidance is in line with the recommendation 12. So ourselves as FIU have issued that guidance, and RBZ followed through and also issued that guidance. So all the reporting entities are covered. And that guidance is aligned, perfectly aligned with recommendation 12. So recommendation 12 simply says that if you have a foreign PEP, then they are automatically classified as a high risk. Then enhanced due diligence kicks in, and there are certain requirements that are supposed to be done under the criterion 12.1 A to E. Then if it's a domestic PEP, it then allows you, in other ways, to apply risk-based approach. So you can classify domestic PEPs based on the model you've chosen for risk classification. If in your institution you have customer classification for high risk and low risk only, then it means it's permissible for domestic PEPs for you to classify them as low risk based on your assessment. And then it's only 12.1A that applies. Then you don't apply the rest. But for the ones you've deemed as high risk, then D to E applies. So in Zim, I'm happy to say that the guidance we've issued the market is perfectly aligned with recommendation 12. And you notice that most of the countries in our region, recommendation 12 is one of the most difficult recommendations when they send their legislation to Parliament, because they'll be dealing with PEPs. So there are always pushbacks, as indicated by Momo in South Africa. They had a pushback, and I can cite a couple of other countries that also had pushbacks. But in Zim, our legislation is aligned with PEPs, and the guidance we have issued also is aligned with that. Then when we go out for inspections, we then explain on how they can apply that risk-based approach model and how they can be effective as far as PEPs are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuda. Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I think in terms of what we do for the Law Society, the first issue may probably, when they read the guidance, the reporting entities, they went on to adjust their KYC forms to say, are you a PEP? Which is something that we had to re-emphasize to say, surely asking someone you're a PEP, obviously nobody will say yes. So I'm happy that we have probably to help them to redesign their forms such that for someone to be able to identify that this one is a PEP, the questions should actually direct that, rather than to say, are you a PEP? Or for someone who knows what's supposed to happen, you say no. Because probably also feel that it was probably discriminatory to some extent, which is uncomfortable. But I'm happy that a number of them have come on board, have readjusted their templates. The measures that they've do are there is detailed in the FI guidelines that was issued. We also then did a circular to clarify what they are going to do. But over and above that, we've taken note that for lawyers, it's a tricky situation. If you check, Madam Moderator, where probably for what measures, if you check in the Act, the additional measures relates to those services, the prescribed services that are under NAML supervision. But obviously, that thin line to say maybe someone is coming for litigation is a PEP, you know what happens, lawyers in the law. So everyone probably says PEP in one way or the other. But we then clarify to say, in most cases, we want you to maintain these records specifically for those circumstances where you are acting on behalf of those services that are prescribed in terms of the Act. And I'm happy that lawyers then undertake, because there was that it's like to say, do we need to do this? Are we not, the confidentiality, privilege, there's always issues. There's pushback initially, but I'm happy we are moving on. We've then went a step further to require them to actually keep registers for those people which are confidential registers for the purposes that we want them, which are maintained law firms. So I'm happy that as far as that aspect is concerned, we are covered and we're happy with the directives that we have. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. My colleague Kuda has comprehensively covered the subject matter. However, allow me just to add that we have also issued the guideline which I've already alluded to, which gives guidance in terms of how the PEPs should be treated by our reporting institutions. So other than the guidance guideline, we also conduct ongoing training for our reporting institutions. And this training, let me say, it's largely two-pronged. It can be institution-induced, to say the institution itself might then see the need for training, and then it approaches us to say, can you come and provide training in this particular area? And we do provide the training, and the training is provided for free. The other way of we approach this in terms of training is that we do then through our ongoing supervisory activity, that is perhaps after the on-site conduct of the on-site examinations, if we really see gaps in this particular area, we also provide what we can call thematic trainings, and this can be done across the entire banking sector. So, but also, we also have at our disposal, we can also then issue circulars and directives from time to time, should we see that perhaps there is a need to change perhaps our legislation in as far as the PEPs are concerned. So in terms of assessment of the effectiveness of the EDD compliance programs, yes, this is also part of our supervisory program, and specifically as we conduct the on-site inspections. So we will then want the institution to satisfy us that the EDD program moves beyond the basic verification to conduct comprehensive background checks, and also looking for adverse information in media, public records to identify potential connections to illicit activities. Interrogate also whether the institution is verifying the source of funds as well as source of wealth. So I would also want evidence whether there is a rigorous process which verifies customers' legitimate sources of income and assets, which we believe is a key step in uncovering potential money laundering or terrorist financing. Ultimate beneficiary ownership, I think this we've labored on it. We would also want to check then the extent to which the automated transaction monitoring systems facilitating real-time monitoring of PEPs transactions in as far as identifying suspicious patterns and deviations from normal behavior, which could then signal financial crime. Another aspect of key supervisory attention on this matter is then to do with the business activity as well as model scrutiny, where we then where we then conduct a thorough assessment of whether the institution is conducting business examination of customers' business activities, and a model, whether there's a model which provides a deeper understanding of operations as well as potential vulnerabilities to illicit activities. Last but not least, in some cases, EDD can then go beyond, may then require physical visiting clients' businesses, that is the reporting institution physically visiting the business premises to confirm identity and verify that the location matches the documentation provided. But I think this is an outdated literature, borrowing from what Mr. Matsiketa has just alluded to. Allow me to stop at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. We proceed to tender for EcoCash. So how do you identify PEPs? And once you've identified them, how does their CDD differ from your other customer types? Take at least not more than 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the whole process is guided by Section 20 of the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act, where we first of all identify a potential PEP. Because the moment we screen a customer and we see a potential match, they are not yet a PEP, but they are a potential PEP. Then once we review that and we confirm that this is indeed a PEP, we then move on to the PEP categorization. In as much as PEPs are the old positions in government, those positions differ, and also the risk rating differ based on geography, where they reside, based on their transactions, and also based on adverse media, as has been said. Then after identifying and categorizing PEPs, there is also need to move on to PEP associates, because remember there's also the issue of PEP associates. So there's also identification and classification of PEP associates. Then the EDD differs by that. Once a PEP has been identified, the due diligence now becomes enhanced due diligence due to heightened transactional monitoring. Thank you.
So thank you. I'll proceed to the lady for DNFBPs. So PEPs often come to you not as clients seeking bank accounts, but as investors, buyers, or advisors. How do you identify PEPs in your customer base or transactions? And when you do, what does that due diligence look like?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's always harder or difficult for an individual to identify a PEP. Sometimes also there are also politically exposed people that individuals can know, but people wouldn't come to you and say, hi there, I'm a politically exposed person. It's really rare for individuals to come to you and say that. So obviously when they complete a KYC form, we've got a portion or column that says, are you a government official or not? Once they indicate that, then they are politically exposed people. We also look at relationships. So an individual can even say, my father is a minister, my cousin is the president. So at that stage, we also understand that and are able to identify that this person or individual can be a politically exposed person. And then that takes us to the next thing. Then we are able to screen the politically exposed person, and then we come to enhanced due diligence. How does it take? What do we do when it comes to politically exposed people? So when it comes to politically exposed people, we look at the source of funds. We ask or even inquire on the source of funds as well. Apart from the source of funds, we also request for relevant documentation, and there will also be ongoing monitoring. So when it comes to politically exposed person, enhanced due diligence is key, and at the end of the day, no one is above the law, and everybody must be treated equally. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think our panelists have really done well. Can we please give them a round of applause? Now we are free to take questions from you. I think we'll take 2 or 3. So you'll introduce yourself, and then you'll tell us who you're directing the question to. Please note you can only direct your questions to the panelists. I'm not a panelist. Let's take the first one. I need people who've not spoken. This side. So DG, when you're preparing for your assessment, you know the people not to include that side.
All right, thank you. I've introduced myself before.
I'm struggling to see you, sorry. My eyesight. Yes, proceed.
My complexion as well is a bit...
Proceed.
So I really liked it when the lady talked of illegal transactions for lawyers are a no. That's quite noble indeed. But I was thinking to myself, and I was saying, we know it's the noble thing to do, to turn down all illegal transactions, and let alone to report them. How are we motivating the lawyers to turn down the illegal transactions and to report them? Taking cognizance of the prevailing economic situation, is there an incentive to say if someone turns down an illegal transaction and if someone reports there is such an incentive for them, despite the fact that that reporting is in itself a noble thing and ethical thing to do. Thank you.
And Efat?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think this one goes to Kuda or the central bank. Are you having maybe what I would call a call by supervised institutions for you to come up with a domestic PEP list that you can release to them so that it can help them in terms of identifying domestic politically exposed persons? If so, what have you done, or what measures have you put in place such that this undertaking does not turn against you one day to say this list was given to us by the FIU or the central bank?
Any other question? Yes, Momo. Momo.
Thank you. Chair, Program Director, I was going to ask, you know, in South Africa, we find it's easy to deal with big companies. They are listed, they've got big compliance units, etc. I must say, no matter what FATF says, I don't know how you deal with, say, the high-value goods, motor car dealers, individual lawyers, estate agents, and isn't the burden unreasonable? Because, and my criticism of FATF is that there's no impact analysis done, ever, on any of the changes. So even on recommendation 16, the changes, no impact study. So, you know, the point I want to make is it not better to, obviously through the banking system and other means, to solve the problem? But FATF is going to punish you if you're not doing it, even though the method is so inefficient, because you're doing it perhaps through a third party. They want you to do it directly. And I'm not sure if people put up their hands whether their system really works, because a lot of those sectors are not even highly regulated or not regulated at all in many countries.
That was a comment.
I'm hoping it's a question.
To the moderator. I'll take it later. Do we have another question? Okay, so I'll allow our panelists to take the two questions, then I'll come in to give my opinion on Momo's comment as well.
Okay, to answer the question on the incentive, there's no incentive for reporting suspicious transactions. Surely if there was an incentive, some of us lawyers would be rich at this stage. So since there is no incentive for reporting, we are a noble profession. I'm not sure whether you heard, lawyers are regarded as the noble profession. So for us, integrity matters, ethics, they do matter. So we do not want to be paid, but it's our duty. It's an obligation for us to report. Thank you very much for that question. I hope I've answered you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll attempt to answer the other questions, but just to comment on what Sandra has said. So there is a stick if you don't comply. So there may not necessarily be an incentive, but if you don't comply, we can come through with sanctions, to make sure that you comply. And remember, FIU gets to see, all these reports that are coming through from banks and other reporting entities. So if a lawyer or another DNFP doesn't report, in most cases, those transactions get reported by another reporting entity. So we have a mechanism where we then follow up on those reporting entities that have not done. So it then pushes, all reporting entities to make sure that they comply. Then the second question on the domestic PEPs list. So to answer the question, Mr. Tembo, yes, we receive numerous requests from reporting entities for us to come up with a list. And it's linked to what we were discussing earlier on, Mr. Sem's presentation on central KYC. If you notice in his presentation, he was saying there's room for a central database for PEPs in there, in the central KYC model, when it's fully mature. And then there was also a question from Manette at the back there, where she was saying, if something goes wrong, who carries the risk? So if I may combine those two, so let's say we come up with a list as FIU or another regulator, then that list is not complete or accurate. To take my next question, who will be held responsible? So that's why we are promoting this PPP arrangement, where we can have institutions that can come up with this, central KYC, and they may not necessarily be regulators because of that risk. So having said that, we have noticed that there are a number of private players who have taken the initiatives to come up with a domestic PEPs list. We obviously have international players like WorldCheck that even have domestic PEPs. And if you subscribe to those lists, you also get, and they're quite good based on the inspections that we have done. They're quite comprehensive. Whenever someone qualifies as a domestic PEP, they go on to designate. But the challenge is that those systems are expensive, and probably linked to the third question from Momo. So smaller, institutions like non-bank financial institutions, and even some banks may struggle to really subscribe to those systems, as well as DNFPPs. But we have seen some players locally, take initiatives to actually develop these systems. For example, here in Zimbabwe, we have a private player that is in the credit registry space. They've gone on, they've taken a step further to actually build a domestic, PEPs list in addition to the credit registry work they've done. And we came across this when we were doing inspections for real estate, and we were noticing that real estate, because they want to check the credit history of their clients, they also have subscribed to this particular service provider for purposes of credit, to manage credit risk. But this particular service provider has inbuilt a PEPs list. So we're noticing that they were actually screening, and names were actually popping up, and it's quite a good list. We also have other players who have developed their own list. So in Zim, we say there are a couple of players that have done that. And we do encourage those incentives. But for us, I think it's a question that we can discuss, and it's linked to what was discussed earlier on who will then carry that risk. Then last question from Momo. I agree with you, Momo, on this one. It's a challenge, but we have to do something. As you had previously, we used to have IO3 and 4. And the way IO3 and 4 previously in the second round was being assessed is that IO3, it was combining supervision of financial institutions and DNFPPs. Then IO4, it was implementation of AML safety requirements for financial institutions and DNFPPs. So the way it was set up under second round, the previous round, DNFPPs could easily hide behind banks and non-bank FIs. But under the current round now, DNFPPs are on their own. They now have their own immediate outcome, which is immediate outcome 4. So DNFPPs are exposed. So which means we are more like compelled to do more. Is it fair? It's another question. But I'm convinced as other global players start implementing, as I mentioned, the US, Australia, and the like, I'm sure we're going to see some changes in that space. But in the meantime, because we are going to be assessed next year, we have to do some work. And I'm happy with the work we have done, really. I think we've made some good progress. And also, Momo, for your information, when we realized that DNFPPs were going to be assessed on their own, and where we are in the region, we noticed that there could be a challenge. So what we did as Zimbabwe is that we then motivated for SMLAG to initiate a project where they focus on DNFPPs. Because previously the focus was only on banks and non-bank FIs, and there was very little focus on DNFPPs on a number of fronts. Number one, the composition of the assessment team. You were not getting someone who is conversant with DNFPPs, who understands how DNFPPs operate the way you've explained. So you were getting someone from banks assessing DNFPPs, a big mistake. And DNFPPs is one term, but you have several categories. Here in Zim, we have 6 different subsectors, and they are different. You have businesses and you have professionals. And professionals on their own, they have a different, profile. So you need people who really understand what the NFBPs are. Then number 2 is the application of the requirements. We're noticing that it's not, proportionate, it's not risk-based. So we wanted countries to share knowledge and information on how they can do it. And I'm happy to say in April, when we met in Uganda, SMLAG approved the project, and Zimbabwe is chairing that subcommittee. And already we have started receiving information from countries on how they are working with GNFBPs on supervision and implementation. And the idea is that at the end of this project, we'll actually be able to come up with more like a homegrown solution on how we are going to approach supervision of DNFBPs, application of preventive measures, and most importantly for me, assessment of DNFBPs. And I'm happy to say that as a result, the first country to be assessed, Burundi, we have someone who is going to just be looking at IO4, and it's not someone from the banks, it's someone from FIU who work with DNFBP. So that's a positive development in our view. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to add on to what Kuda was saying with regards to PEPs, we as banks, we do not ride on the fact that there's no national PEP register, so we do not do enough to screen and also identify PEPs. We actually come up with internal watch lists as banks. So how do we come up with that? We actually use government gazettes and also publicly available media that can also assist us. And whenever there are national events like elections, also those are pointers that can help us. Then I think also important to note, maybe trying also to borrow from my colleague earlier on who said some PEPs do not want to be known that they are PEPs. But what we have noticed from practice is some of them want to be known, although they are not appearing in any list or any screening, but they want to be known that they are PEPs. They want to be felt that they are around. And we actually have used that also to gather information. And and others, a frontliner, they might not actually disclose that I'm a PEP, but a teller in front knows that this is the MP of this particular area, MP for Member of Parliament. Although they did not disclose, but public opinion and also the knowledge of our frontline staff, they actually then help us to actually identify those PEPs. So just to build on to what you were saying, that absence of a national list doesn't mean that there's no list at all. Financial institutions has got various lists that they have. Then maybe just also to comment on his question, to say, is there an incentive of not reporting STR or incentive of reporting? Yes, there's an incentive, because not reporting, you will be like violating the law, because it is provided for in the Money Laundering Process of Crime Act, that if you do not report a suspicious transaction, then you are committing a legal offense. So there's an incentive of not getting arrested.
So thank you. Just to add on what Kuda has said, but I think he's addressed your comment. So for us as the Secretariat, we assist, or we exist to assist the member countries. So the priorities we've identified, one of them is DNFBPs. And it's good that we have a project that's ongoing. And we are hoping that one of the recommendations will be for us to ensure that the DNFBPs have access to screening solutions. Because we are in talks with WorldCheck, or WorldCheck is very close to us, and they're telling us if we need them to kind of reduce the access fees, they're able to. But it needs to come from you as member countries as a recommendation to us, and then we'll be able to make sure that you get that solution. So with that said, I think our panelists did the discussion justice, and we should be aiming to achieve very high levels of effectiveness. So I thank you, and please give them another round of applause as we take our seats.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to VO and the panel. Thank you, VO, for taking us through that discussion successfully and professionally. So I think there's a number of issues that were raised that we noted in the discussion, but I will not labor you by going through what I picked. I believe we were following the panel discussion, and we also got a number of issues out of it. At this juncture, I just want to, the issue of PEPs. I think let's just get this sorted once and for all. Can all PEPs raise their hands so that we start with creative? Oh my goodness. Okay. Everyone. You see, this is not a good list. I see the way you are raising up your hands. This is not a very good list, but it's fine for your volunteerism to make sure that we start the ball rolling and then we start creating the list from Vic Falls. When we go back to our offices, we'll say we have people who volunteer to be part of the... So as we go for tea, just so that we do it comfortably, if you are part of the PEPs and you don't want to be identified by name, remain behind for a few minutes, and then we'll take note of your details. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for having been part of this exciting discussion throughout the morning and the afternoon, and I think we are drawing closer and closer to the end of today's program. But before we dismiss for a tea break and later on for dinner, allow me to invite Kudakwache Ngube to come forward and take us through the next small session of this part of the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngube. It's over to you.
Thank you, Justin. So I hope you found that the discussion interesting on how we can increase effectiveness as far as preventive measures are concerned. So the last part of today's session, we are going to bring up two experts. We have worked in the consulting sector minutes on what they're seeing and also sharing their experiences as far as South Africa is concerned in their professional journeys. So please help me welcome Kevin West and Manette. So they both work for an institution called FTI Consulting, and they're based in South Africa. And they both worked at some point at KPMG. And we also have someone in the room here who also worked at KPMG, the FIC director of Zambia. So there's a common theme that is running here. So they're just going to come up and share with us briefly, their reaction and guidance or anything they want to say on how we can enhance effectiveness. So because of time, we'll ask them just to do standing the presentations. But those seats are quite comfortable, so if you sit there, you want to sit, Kevin? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so just a few minutes, then you will be done with the session. So you were starting with your minute? Yeah. Okay, cool. Always.
So it's a few minutes, and the people who attended the last 3 days of workshop will know that I'm not really good with few minutes. But I want to say something to the acting governor of the Reserve Bank. The two best presentations at our compliance workshop, feedback sessions, were all female. So well, in my opinion, of course, but the one did get a prize. So I want to tell you that your legacy in terms of senior and taking it forward is in good hands.
Okay. Sorry, just on behalf of Manette, I just want to allow us to rely on protocols previously established this morning. I think just in terms of the panel discussion that happened before this, I think the important thing that we've seen from the grey listing and our involvement with both financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses and professions was that the start of everything starts with your risk assessment. Just as it starts with a country risk assessment, so in your institution, it starts with a risk assessment. And this was a key finding, excuse me, during our mutual evaluation, is that specifically the smaller banks and the designated non-financial businesses and professions could not demonstrate, and those are the important words, could not demonstrate that they understood their risk. In other words, they hadn't done a risk assessment, firstly. Secondly, their risk assessment hadn't been evidenced in their anti-money laundering program throughout the institutions. I think that is an important stuff. It all starts with the risk assessment and then the establishment of your programs. I'm not going to deal too much on that. Just in terms of the risk assessment, very briefly, it consists of a threat and vulnerability assessment. It consists of an inherent risk assessment, a controls assessment, ending up in your residual risk. That's the overall view of it. And I'll just hand back over to Minette specifically to chat very briefly on the risk-based approach.
Okay, what is very important that we've learned, especially in the non-designated financial NDBF, the acronym, where's JM? He's much better than with acronyms than I am. Okay, so something that we did learn through the process was that a lot of people, entities, accountable institutions in South Africa had a risk-based approach on paper, but they did not have that implemented. So it looks good on paper. It shows that I've actually got low-risk clients, I've got medium-risk clients, I've got high-risk clients. But when you look at the due diligence that was applied after the risk rating, it was very much the same. And something that I've told the workshop as well, which something is very, very important in terms of the RBA, is put effort where effort is due. Do less when it's a lower risk, and do more when it's a higher risk. And do not come to the table and say, well, I have verified the ID twice, or I brought in an additional verification requirement for address. That is not addressing the risk. So based on what Kevin said, if I've done my risk assessment, it has to follow through into my CDD standard. That was a very important lesson for the wider sector. And even if you look at the fifth FATF mutual evaluation methodology, you would see that it's not the financial institutions that's in the main focus. It's in fact the wider section. And when you sit in that meetings, and the one gentleman here did ask about how do they do the FATF mutual evaluation, who do they interview? They come into the organization and they interview your board. They interview senior management. They don't interview necessarily your second line, your compliance person who can speak to the language. They ask your board, tell me what risk is your institution facing, your exco. So if I am sitting in a law firm, I will be asked to say, bring the exco, let them sit down and explain what specific risks are your firm facing. And no, Mr. Compliance Officer or Mrs. Compliance Officer, you're not the one to answer this. I want to understand, does your senior management, the tone at the top, where the accountability lies from a financial crime risk management perspective, do they understand that?
Thanks, Minette. And I think the other one that I'd like to speak about, specifically dealing with probably executive the IO10, immediate outcome 10, and immediate outcome 11, which deals with targeted financial sanctions for terrorism and targeted financial sanctions with proliferation financing. Now, on both of those aspects as well, our smaller institutions in South Africa, as well as our designated non-financial businesses and professions, were found wanting on both sides. So what are the important aspects around these? The important aspects would be consider and understand those lists against which you are required to screen in terms of Recommendation 6 and Recommendation 7 of FATF. Recommendation 6 deals with terrorist financing, Recommendation 7 with proliferation financing. Ensure that you are screening against those lists, firstly. Secondly, ensure that your screening solution that you use to screen against those lists is effective. And I'll just relate an example without mentioning any institutions' names. A number of years ago, an institution asked us to come in and to assess their sanctions screening solution. And we tested their solution. And we had a meeting with the client, and in the room sat the compliance people, the business people, and the IT people. And from a South African perspective, and probably very much so from a Zimbabwean perspective, although it's not legislatively required that you screen against lists such as the European Union, the United Kingdom list, and the OFAC list from the US. If you are doing business internationally with banks in those foreign currencies, you are going to probably be required to screen by your correspondent banks. And this particular bank sat in the meeting, and I went through the results with him. I said, your solution appeared to miss a number of individuals and entities on a list. But what was more concerning is that it all came from one list, which happened to be the OFAC list. And the compliance said that can't be. And compliance looked to business, and business put their hands up, said, we enter it onto the system. We don't control it. And then they turned to the IT people, and there was an IT guy who put up his hand. He said, oh, I turned those lists off. They were generating too many alerts, so I just turned it off. Okay, and that's the importance around governance. Yeah. Your targeted financial sanctions and your screening solutions need to be properly governed and properly instituted. So those are the key issues as well, and naturally you're going to have the procedures demonstrate how do I deal with alerts, what are the algorithms that I'm using to screen against the various lists, how have I tested my system, as well as what are the lists that I'm screening against. So those are important aspects from a screening perspective. And I think what I'd like to do, Ahmed, hand over to you just to talk very briefly on the governance aspect.
Okay, so I know we are now ready to say the last words, Kevin. Okay. So I think that the 2 points I want to make on governance is this, and this goes back to, I think Vinavola said this quite aptly earlier. If it's not documented, if there's no audit trail, it doesn't exist. There's a rule that we always say to our clients is, we mark what we see. So there's a lot of times, and we did a review now with a financial institution, where they told us, but the governance process is as follows. And we kept on saying, but where? Show me this. So if you have any process, and this is a word from someone who've learned the hard way, if you've got any process in place, make sure it is documented. It is very important. It seems superficial, but I promise you, they will not mark the control if it's not documented. That's my first point. My second point, and this is my last point, risk avoidance is not a risk-based approach. So you cannot come and say, if they call you in for this meeting and you have to prove effectiveness and say, well, we actually decided not to bank that whole category of clients because we did not want to bring on that risk. That is not an answer. Risk avoidance is very much frowned upon. It's about managing and mitigating your risk, and that boils down to financial inclusion. Make sure that your processes is in support of financial inclusion and not financial exclusion. Kevin?
Yeah, and I think the last point that I'd like to end off on, and that is, remember that risk is ever evolving. And our compliance officers need to have and start applying the lens of risk. Our risk is continuously evolving, and in that regard, our program cannot be static. Our program needs to evolve. We're in the era of new payment technologies based on consumer demand. Consumers want quicker payments, and our technology is getting there. But our compliance and monitoring of those transactions also need to be quicker. So we need to evolve as the landscape is evolving. And this is important at the end of the day if your program is to be effective. And then I think lastly, internal audits mindset in terms of them being the board's eyes and ears and ensuring or providing assurance. They also need to move away from the tick box. We are not in the tick box era any longer. You can be 100% compliant, but still not pick up the risk. You've got to be compliant, and your controls have to be such that they identify the risk. Thank you very much.
That's Kevin and Manette. Thank you so much for those tips. I think we have been armed. Forewarned is forearmed. Now what to do and where to go from here, let me hand over to Sandra for those details.
Thank you very much, JM. I'm surprised you do not know my initials. All right, I'll tell him when the day ends. All right, so just a quick one. Tea is served outside, so please make sure you grab a cup of tea and replenish the mind, the body. I think we have had a very long day, a lot of internalizing. I think a cup of tea or coffee would be best suited for each one of us. And then an important announcement. I think we all received invitations to a dinner that is taking place today. This was sponsored by Switch Technologies, and I'm glad they are here. So it means our dinner is set. The dinner is starting at 6:30. Please note that this is a continuation of PPSD, so you do not want to miss out what will be taking place during that dinner. All our dignitaries have promised to be there, so please be sure to attend and also partake of the goodies that Switch has prepared for us. Then tomorrow is another exciting day, day 2 of PPSD 2025. We're also starting at 8:30 again, so we'll meet tomorrow at 8:30. We'll register outside just like we did today, and then we conclude our discussions on PPSD 2025. So with that, shall we allow our VVIPs to leave? If we've got our ushers, I'll ask Florence to lead our VVIPs to the green room so that you can have this afternoon tea. Please do not miss it as well. You also want to replenish your minds and your bodies. Then as soon as they are done, we can all grab our cups of tea and go and prepare for our dinner. Good night. See you soon.
you.